right. It's been a long month, but we're back after over a 30-day break with session 15 of the Raven's Nest. So since we had over a month since we've been here, how was everyone's holiday and New Year's and all that? Let's start with Kroot, since I heard from Raven last night and I heard from Rixian on Tuesday.
Great. Ate way too much, of course. Gained about 15 pounds. Um, got some snow. Been since 1985 since we've had snow here, so that was nice.
Wow. Like, was it a lot of snow or was it just like flurry
About
kind of thing?
3 inches.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Enough to make an anatomically correct snowman and snow woman. So.
I know me and you, Pandora, have been playing some games while we had the break, but how was your last week?
Pretty good. Work's been going good and all that kind of stuff, so I don't mind it.
Rixian, anything interesting happened since Tuesday?
Yeah, there was a D&D game ran by Kyle. It was pretty neat. I played as a drow woman.
No, since Tuesday.
There was nothing in between Tuesday and Friday. It's been 2 whole days.
All right. Raven, you have a good day today?
Oh yeah, crazy work day. I worked till like 7 o'clock, but other than that, it was good.
All right. Well, I know it's been a while, so if you all have any trouble with giving any sort of recap on what happened in our last session, then I've got my notes, so I can add on and give everyone a little bit more detail if needed. But I'll open up the floor to each of you.
Okay. Last time on the Raven's Nest, we were hanging out on the ship after the naval battle and all that kind of stuff, and then Kroot drank some bad wine that gave him a vision that Mogan was in trouble. And what was the orc's name? I can't remember. And it's your brother's character too.
Croth?
Why I can't remember. Croth, yes. Croth was going to take us where we wanted to go, but instead, we went to shore immediately. Made sure not to go to a major town of any kind, and then we teleported to Silver Peak, hiked our way up to Mogan, and talked with him with everything that was going on, and that there was a sense of doom in the air, and we got all our god pieces back, our Halo pieces.
But we ain't attuned to him anymore, I don't think. Are we?
No.
Mm-mm. We all left them there. I think the only one who has a piece that they're attuned to right now is the one that you had gotten from the Celestial Veil. Which...
Right. And I believe we gave that to...
Yeah, I think he gave it to Kroot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else you guys got?
We took back our pieces, right, of the crown or the halo.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, I believe we did.
All right.
And the session ended with Mogan walking outside for whatever reasons.
I believe he walked outside just to pretty much greet each of you as you had arrived. Once making your way back to the little encampment area where Mogan and his trolls stay. The fire is burning, giving off a nice little bit of light as the sun begins to set just over the western side of the Silver Peak Mountains. From judging from the sun's position, you can see that it's roughly 6:30 as it's just getting close to evening. Oh. You all got here fast.
We already talked to him.
Yeah, just like going back a little bit. It's been over a month.
Oh, okay. I see what you're going for.
Yeah, it was magic.
We were worried. We figured we needed to get here as quickly as possible.
Yes, so, well, everything's been safe, but as you can see, no trolls are here. And then he'll
Where
muster over, and I will pull you all here.
where have all the trolls gone to?
Out in the mountains for hunts.
Hmm.
So, as you can see, I did a little bit of like a map update for this. So, when you're inside of this cave area, like this is technically like below ground, so you'll have a ceiling and whatnot.
Looks good, Kyle. I dig it. Ah, how long have they been gone for?
Just the day. Nothing
So
too long.
all right. So they're not missing.
No.
You expect them back tonight or in a couple days? How long do they typically go out for?
Should be back by nightfall, within an hour or so.
Well, Kroot has had some visions of you that you're about to be in dire straits. I'm not sure when or how, but Estelar might be on his way.
Maybe that was a future vision rather than the present.
No, we thought we should get here anyway.
Well, because we didn't know what point in time that vision was taking place.
Well, we've
Exactly.
already went through hell and back and trying to cipher visions for a while now. At this point, we just need to be aware that there's this evil, particular false god dude around, and we just need to be wary about him. His visions are, in my opinion, just arbitrary at the moment.
Right, but if we don't react to one, it might be the one that comes through.
Ain't that a bitch?
Well, then, what is your plans now?
Well, I think to keep watch and wait and be prepared as best as we can.
Well, if you all would like to come inside, join me by the fire and on my rug. Can make some room from the egg.
Sure.
Oops. Is the egg showing any signs it's gonna hatch soon?
No, I try to keep it warm with the fire and the fur, but nothing yet.
Can I make a nature check to know if there's anything particular about hatching a rock egg?
Yeah, if you
Is
like.
there does he know what he's doing, or is there something we're missing? Alright. I'm just kind of curious. Alright, so nature. Alright.
Yeah, from taking a decent look at it, I mean, you haven't been mother hen by any means, but from having a little general knowledge, like, just believe it's gonna take time. Perhaps this was a more of the fresher side of the eggs out of the ones that were up in the nest.
It's not like a dragon where it would take like extreme heat, or like fire breath
Yeah,
and
it's just
stuff.
gonna take time.
Yeah. All right. I'd say to Mogan, yes, it looks like it's going to take more time.
One day, I'm gonna write it.
Hmm.
Well, when it gets big enough.
Yes.
Well,
Which reminds us, I know you wanted us to retrieve your heart. I'm assuming you don't want that to be done soon then, if you want to ride this rock.
No. I'm willing to part. But I didn't think that any of you would be doing anything so soon. You all left so abruptly.
Yes, we tend to have to do that with these visions and whatnot.
Somehow, we're juggling the importance of you, an amazing ancient dragon god, and so many other world altering events that it's hard to really set priorities.
yeah, we've been running around like chickens with their heads cut off. It's
It's
kind of
hard to
annoying.
kind of hard to tell what's real and what's not with these visions.
Well, didn't you say before that some of them were a lie?
Yes,
I said I don't know, so I don't
but
care.
the problem is there's not really a way for us to tell whether it's a lie. But not that we've found, at least.
I mean, mine came through, so
Most of them have, I feel like, right? Only a couple haven't.
I still don't know.
Where's the bearded baby? Oh, there he is.
Wow, he took that a lot better than I thought.
Oh, what?
Exactly.
I was just curious where you were. But as long as Pandora's okay, that's my real only concern.
I appreciate your concern.
Is that why you all came back here so quickly? It's because she wished to be with me.
Oh, you know, of course.
We do everything she says.
Well, we wanted her to be able to be with you, you know.
Pandora's just staring out the entrance of the cave, ignoring all of this.
I mean, she just misses your rug so much.
Yeah, she has no reason to deny that. But anyway, we need some things of yours.
Oh, yes, your pieces. The halo.
Things of ours, really.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You did a good job keeping them safe.
Yep. They're just right over there. And he'll just like point to the pile.
Leave it to me. Do, 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 do.
I believe Crew cast detect magic to find them, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think so. Something like that.
Man, it really blends together with all this gold. I
I'll
don't
It's
put
a
my
lot
feel
of
daggers
gold.
on to help find it. I can help find them.
You put it in a box that would have been helpful, or
I put my glasses down, my prism glasses, and I can see everything magical in here.
Yeah, you'll find him quickly enough. It's no issue.
yeah, just point them out and then I'll take it.
Alright, yeah. I put the glasses on and start seeing for everything magical.
Oh, Kyle, I am going to burn a first level spell slot to turn it into a sorcery point.
Okay.
Just so you know.
You get 2 sorcery points for that, I think.
Nope, only one.
What?
I'm pretty
Have I
sure
been
it's
doing
two
it
for everything.
wrong? because the conversion rate is the same backwards and forwards, right?
Yeah.
As a bonus action on your turn, you can expend one spell slot and gain a number of sorcery points equal to the slot's level.
What? That's not what mine says. Wait a minute.
Yo. Converting a spell slot to sorcery point. You have to go all the way to the bottom. It costs 2 sorcery points to give yourself a first level spell slot.
That's awful.
Oh yeah. I always thought it was the same both ways.
Rixian's been cheating this entire time.
I guess I have, yeah.
Well, is there anything that you guys wish to do, or is everyone just gonna hang out here and see what happens?
How long are we going to wait here? Till
Well,
nightfall?
we're fighting the things, right?
Well, I mean, like,
Okay.
he's got the magic glasses. He can point them out, like, the
Okay.
items for you. But I was just curious, like, what your guys' plan was overall.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
I mean,
gonna take us 10 minutes to find the pieces at most. What
well,
What are
since
we
we have
doing here?
the pieces, and I mean,
I think the
Silver
only
Keep.
thing that there is to do is wait here to see if anything happens.
Yeah, I guess.
Do we have all the pieces now? Or...
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so Rixian took all the pieces that Raven pointed out. How many are there again?
Oh,
Just
gosh.
the 3, I believe, that you had left
3?
there.
Yeah.
Okay, so the water one, the divine soul one, or the luminous soul one, and then there was the third one, which was like the mask thing, right?
So there's the Naima one, which does the water rush pillar thing. That's the one you had originally. There's
Mhm.
the mask one that I had before.
Of Ramir, I believe.
Yeah.
So if no one else can take advantage of like the extra swim speed and stuff, or at least if they don't want to, then I'll try attuning to it.
You mean your pillar one again?
Yeah,
Okay,
might
then
as
I'd
might
take
as
my
well.
mask one back again, like that I had before.
Shame I
That was-
can't use the swim speed to my advantage, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the swim speed is good for me for being able to melee underwater.
Yeah, that's never going to be useful. Um,
I've had that happen before. Having a swim speed means you don't have disadvantage.
all right. I'll tune to that, and then I guess we're spending the night here.
What was the luminous soul one? Which piece was that of?
That was the Golden Father.
Yep.
Oh shit, that one can do so many things.
Yeah, but we determined was the specific classes that would be useful for it. It would only be useful to recruit, I believe.
Yeah, I would only be able to use it when I hit level 15.
Everybody else is cross-classed, pretty much. Well, no, you are, right? Aren't you full sorcerer?
I'm full sorcerer, but I looked at the thing and I believe I deemed myself not really that worth it compared to something like the cleric.
Mm-hmm.
Is what I said.
Okay.
All right. So after the sun sets, about 30 minutes later, you all will begin to hear footsteps approaching the encampment and making their way in. You can hear that they're from a fairly large creature, or at least multiple of them. and 4 of the trolls are seen making their way up towards the campfire and towards the entrance of the cave.
The trolls are back.
In Giant, they'll begin communicating with Mogan. Knock, Zick. Knock, knock. Knock. That's not good.
I know what they
Nothing.
said.
Rixian, you would have heard it, and them pass along the information of 4 of the trolls were killed while out during their hunt.
Wait, what?
We didn't do it this time. Promise.
What happened?
It sounds like they met a woman. And
What?
she did not. Well, to be quite honest, I'm shocked. It seems that she didn't even bat an eye before blowing 2 to nothing, like into complete pieces. And, well, the others didn't make it much longer before these 4 escaped.
Was
Was
Yeah,
it just
and-
one woman?
Yes.
I asked the trolls if they can describe this woman.
Shiny hair, like gold. Kind of look like him. And they'll point towards the back of the cave where Raven is kind of hanging out.
To me?
Does that match the description of anybody in Estelar's party when we encountered them very briefly?
Roll me an intelligence check.
Okay.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah, a rough description. I mean, coming from a troll, or what's being relayed by the troll anyways.
And what were her abilities? Do I remember that?
No. Is with them kind of like popping up and playing like that whack-a-mole sense where they were breaking line of sight from each of you. You would be a little unsure of who was doing what, except for someone like Dooman, who was obviously swinging a sword.
Okay. Alright, well, it's one of Estelar's. Decalar's, I mean. I'm sure
Well-
she's on her way here to get the pieces.
If we let her come to us, would you fight with us, Mogan?
If she's stupid enough to come in here, she's as good as dead.
Agreed. Just know that these were very experienced, if I dare say, more experienced than we in combat.
Lixian, asked them how long ago this was.
Well, didn't he just say they were only out for like a day?
Right, but how long ago that their friends died?
When did your friends die?
Before sunset, but close to set.
How
She's
long
not
has it
far-
been?
She's not far away.
It's been just about a half hour after the sun and night had fallen.
I'm gonna go out. Can I climb these cliffs right next to the entrance,
Yeah.
or are they too tall?
So I tried to make them as close as possible. So this is supposed to represent about like a 15-foot climb. Then what I tried to do, obviously, is get a little detailed with it and put like little ledges to kind of indicate like hand things. So it is possible to
looks
climb. It's just gonna take an athletics check and then difficult terrain movement kind of thing.
Okay, so Pandora leaves the entrance of the cave, and she's going to go out to these cliffs, and she's going to climb to the top of them to get a little bit of a height advantage.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an athletics check.
Do you think she knows where you are, Morgan?
It's good you can get on up. Uh, I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, but you could
Well,
have followed the trolls here.
yeah. I don't know if your trolls are smart enough to not leave trails. No offense.
Well, they wouldn't have a reason not to leave trails, for the most part.
Exactly.
And Kyle, I'm going to try to use the darkness to my advantage and just lie prone on top of this cliff. And
Okay.
keep my eye out for the woman.
Sounds good. Go ahead and give me a stealth check.
Is it still a disadvantage because I'm in the dark and lying down?
I'll give it. No, I wouldn't say a disadvantage. Just a normal one. Okay.
12. Oh, I forgot to say guidance. Damn it.
If it's just one, then what's the worst that she could do? I mean,
She's probably a caster.
I mean, kill the other trolls. For one.
no. Let's be frank. They're not that strong.
I mean, for one person, I don't know if I can take on that many trolls of yours.
You should find out. Go fight him.
I didn't say
I don't
that,
think right now's the best time for that.
but perhaps once we're all here and ready, it will end up less bloody.
So what? We just keep eye out all night.
We can do just a typical watch. Shouldn't be too hard.
We're gonna walk over to the troll, place a hand upon him, and Rixian, you just hear him say, "Get rest. We'll keep eye out. If we need help, we call." And as the trolls kind of make their way away, and going into the tents, Mogan will turn to you, Rixian, and say, "She's gonna die. She's gonna pay for this."
I agree. She doesn't sound like she's very friendly.
Well,
Perhaps we can get some information out of her if we greet her cordially at first. Who knows? Worked with you.
to give you like a little bit of a stare and say, "Last time I tried to court anything, she ran. And I don't even know where Pandora even went to."
Well, I can promise you that Pandora still has feelings for you. So you're not doing anything wrong here.
Swear by the gods.
Does Rixian want to die in his sleep? That's all I have to ask.
Well, when you're not here to defend yourself, this is what you get. Yeah, she's hiding in case confrontation comes, just like last time. It's worked out so far, so let's find out why she killed your trolls, and maybe she'll just end up being the same as one of us, just confused and stuff.
Well, If you need sleep, I'll take watch first.
Mm,
What about you two?
Well, I meditate. I don't really sleep.
I don't really need to sleep right away. Uh, Actually, I don't know if Pandora's can see anything from there. Maybe she's watching intently too, so maybe I should sleep.
Well, with that, I'll just ask, what's the rest of the watch order? Uh, it seems like Pandora is going to be at least watching for the beginning part of the night. But what about the rest of you?
I mean,
I can take second.
I can take 2 shifts.
I am tempted to stay up as long as I can because I do have a very high con save, so I'll decide.
I'll share a watch with Raven, and then
So I'll take second and third then.
yeah.
I can take third.
Join me on third.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll do that.
Sounds like a plan. Well, as the night goes on, Mugen will wake up a second watch, and then he'll stay up just a little bit longer. As he wakes the both of you up, he'll say, "It's just quiet. Fire's burning down a bit, but I haven't seen anything."
And I haven't seen anything either.
Correct.
Well, I'm pretty sure you can see in the dark with those eyes, can't you, Raven?
Yeah? Do I see anything out there?
No, each one of you that are awake, you can make me perception checks.
Guided.
Jesus. Yeah. Well, crit run.
Got a max on the
Man.
guidance, but still trash.
Am I glad I took disadvantage on the most used skill?
Nobody sees anything. The night's calm. See plenty of stars in the sky, the moon, a couple clouds, but other than being just a cool night, nothing is noticed.
And
Well,
I'm
we're all gonna
attuning.
die, but at least it's pretty.
I'm attuning to the remains of dream at the moment.
All right. Then what we'll do from here, since the NPC's out and it's you guys, I will make my checks. Pandora, can you give me a Constitution saving throw?
Oh fuck. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay. So, I mean, with the rest of the party taking a nice, proper watch order, Pandora, you're able to stay up the entire night. You still feel a bit tired, but nothing has happened this night. The sun will begin to rise, and we'll move along after a, short rest is completed. Two, I believe. Let me just double check. You arrived to Mogan on the 15th, May 16th.
On my screen it says May 20th.
On your screen.
In my notes, rather.
That's because I had a typo. Um, when we were playing last, and then I had corrected myself. That's right. So it would be the 26th. That's right. Thank you. That just reminded me when you brought that up.
All right.
Alright, so Pandora will climb down off of the cliffs and rejoin everybody in the entrance, bags under her eyes. Clearly stayed up all night, but still alert for the most part since I did succeed on my save. Barely. Well, I don't know if maybe she's watching us and looking for an opportunity, but we know she's here. It's interesting that she didn't strike last night.
Must have realized that we were here. Maybe she tried to come here before we made it here.
Maybe she's not after us.
Or she's smart enough to know that if she comes within Mogan's reach, she will perish quite quickly.
Maybe those trolls were simply an annoyance to
Maybe
whatever
she
she was
figured
actually doing.
maybe she figured she could get in here without, being noticed if we weren't here.
Matter if she's setting a trap for us somewhere else.
Well, if I have to be perfectly frank, if we think that this is just an odd coincidence that she's here with 4 pieces on our persons, yeah, I think that would be a stupid thing to think.
Yeah,
Maybe
she would
she's
have.
calling the rest of her crew when she realized we're here.
She would need to have a lot of balls to come here by herself.
I don't think that she would come in here by herself. I think she would be calling for reinforcements. If they can teleport like we can.
Well, I mean, if she's confident enough to take down 4 trolls, maybe that confidence will ultimately be what ends up having her attack here.
Well, if you think it was quite a feat to take down 4 of the trolls by herself, perhaps she tired herself out. And coming here would just be certain death.
Hmm. Well, if that would be the case, then it would take a long time if she wanted to come here at full strength.
We can probably assume at this point that whatever woman she thinks she is, I'm pretty sure Mogan would be able to take her down no matter what. I mean, we know what Mogan really is. Maybe she
Yeah.
doesn't.
I mean, I guess you don't know too much about her power, but you can put faith in Mogan if you wish.
I'm glad the DM is reassuring me on this point out of nowhere.
Not really sure how to answer that question though. We know that she can hear Mogan can kill her, right? I don't know. I thought 2 rocks was gonna be hard for you guys, and that didn't do anything.
I, I really don't want to leave it up to chance. I know that he is a dragon and everything, but when we encountered them, they were very formidable. And like Raven said, if she scouted us out last night and we just didn't see her, it is possible that she left and called for Estelar and everyone else to join her.
Well,
Maybe
I think
they're.
what's
Sorry.
yeah, your point is more important. Go ahead.
Maybe they're waiting for us to leave after we get impatient and ambush us so that we don't have Mogan with us.
Yeah, so maybe we should have a little bit
That's what
of
I said
patience.
earlier.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Well, I think what's more important is that we don't lose sleep over this. I mean, look at your eyes. Did you actually stay up this whole time?
Well, this is important, so yes, I did.
If it's important, why'd you exhaust yourself like that?
I am not exhausted.
Oh, all right.
Correct, DM, I didn't take a point of exhaustion.
Yeah, you just didn't get a short rest.
Okay. I'm still ready to fight. No issues here. But I will trust all of you to keep watch during the day. I think I'm going to switch to a night schedule because that would be the time that I would choose to attack. So I'm going to go get some rest.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
I believe I bought a tent. Nope, that's Bellathar. Bellatar's the one that bought a tent.
I mean,
How
there's
long are
plenty of tents here.
But I do imagine that the troll tents stink up to high heaven.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Pretty much made of like animal hide I mean, the most part as you see, and propped up by bones. But your other choice for a nice, at least somewhat comfy location is Mogan's Rug.
Yeah, that's not happening. I will
Yeah.
unfurl my
Why wouldn't you
bedroll
want
over in the corner of this cave where it's somewhat dark at least, and then Pandora will try to get some sleep as best as she can.
All right.
How long are we expected to be here, do you think? Should we continue waiting for this long while there's other stuff happening in the world? Is it worth waiting for some sort of attack that may or may not happen? I say to the air with everyone listening.
Oh,
I don't know.
yeah, I was gonna say I don't know. Mogan will give you a shrug.
It's hard to say. I mean, at this point, I think we're under the impression all of the shards of the Halo are taken between us and Estelar. So,
How many in total were you able to obtain?
I think we have, what was it, 4 or
Four.
5? Thought we had like half-ish.
And you
That's
think
4.
that he has the other half?
Yeah.
Well, it sounds to me as if he intended for the bearded baby to have this vision, then you all may be being lured into a trap.
Hmm.
The question is when.
Yes. I can't think of a safer place than us being than here, though, with you.
Question. Can I make a teleportation sigil in the cave and then leave it to eventually, like if we were in Silverkeep, for example, and we go into the teleportation room to then teleport us to the cave? Would that be possible?
Yeah, potentially.
Take a year
Well, we would
having to
have
do it every day.
uh, a way to get to Mogan if he's ever in trouble and we're not nearby.
Well, like Kroot said, it would take a lot more time than you're probably willing to spend here in this cave. Although I think Kyle did mention something about shortening the amount of time it takes. I'm not sure.
Yep, I'm pulling up my notes for it.
Aren't the sigils that are in the towns technically already drawn?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you just
those
have
are-
to learn them.
No, I mean to activate it. Like, could we technically like spend like 9 minutes drawing the circle and then finish the last piece to teleport in a pinch?
I mean,
That would, I mean, that would still, I'd say, be left up for a little bit of a chance in case anything happened to the circle and it's not fully completed.
Yeah, 'cause you could leave like a line on it, but it's just chalk, so it could be swept away with literally anything.
I guess it depends whether you use that or paint.
But if
We-
if the circle itself is in like the temple part of Silverkeep, right, and nobody's allowed in, and it's collecting dust, I don't think anything would happen to the chalk, would it? And even if it did, it would just take a few little extra like parts where the chalk flew away, and it wouldn't take that long either way.
I'm getting very confused. In
Yeah,
the
I would
question
let
you're
you make
asking.
a teleportation circle here, but I mean, it is going to take time. The way that it's written right now, like in the book, it says you can create a permanent teleportation circle to go back to by casting this, or to use by casting the spell in the same location every day for a year. I mean, even if I were to shorten it to like let's say a month and take off the 12th of the time, then I mean it's still going to take you a long ass time to do that.
My intention, it's not a permanent one. My intention is to leave one here, right? Don't activate it. Have it there to teleport to from another location
Oh, okay,
if
yeah, I
we
see, I
sense
see.
any danger.
Oh, and then it burns up when we
Yeah.
arrive.
Yes.
Gotcha. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, sorry,
That's
I
my
was
intention.
misunderstanding. Yes. Yeah, I mean, obviously, depending on what you're using to do it, if you're just using the spell teleportation circle instead of trying to make it like a permanent one, yeah.
Right. So I would find a safe space in the cave that would be undisturbed. Draw the teleportation thing, and then have it there in case there's danger. After we leave.
I mean, hell, you could draw it right now because the spell doesn't activate until you spend a spell slot.
That's what I mean, yeah. So,
So,
assuming it works like that, then Rixian will go here.
Yeah, it's exactly where I was putting it. I figured that was the best spot.
Yep. And then do we have like a I don't know why I thought of this, but like a laundry line of clothes to like protect any wind from sweeping in here or something. But
I'll just put that
assuming,
down.
yeah, we're probably going to use it anyway in the next like month or so it shouldn't be disturbed in that amount of time. And I dust my hands off and go, all right, now nobody has to stress over any of this shit.
So at this
And
point, I'll
then-
say like after like thinking of the plan and then getting the portal completed, it's probably just been roughly an hour since you've all woken up, and when Pandora had gone to sleep.
That's the question though. Like, how long are we planning to be here? I would ask Pandora, but
Wasn't the bearded baby the leader
yes, you're right.
or second in command?
That is correct. We go from yellow lady to bearded baby to emo boy and then pretty boy. I'm pretty sure that's the line of command.
Wait, so which one's which out of the last two for you two?
That depends on the perspective.
I'm gonna have to say Raven's the emo one then.
All right, I appreciate it. So crew, what do you think?
Just the dark colors.
I guess that makes sense.
are you with us, Pete?
Yeah, I'm here.
I asked him, what do you think? Should we stay here for like another day or so, or do we just wake Pandora up and spend the night in Silver Keep, or what do you want to do?
I say we give Pandora her rest, and then we can go to Silverkeep once she's awake.
Well, wouldn't the rest of us be tired?
Daytime.
Well, she's gonna be asleep all day. She already stayed up all night, so that's why she's sleeping now. It's the morning.
It'll be mid-afternoon when she wakes up.
Why
All right,
not
we can
just
go
wake
with
her up early?
Because I'm a gentleman, all right?
I'll do it.
Okay.
So
So,
what?
if there's nothing else, I'll move fast forward to that time where Mogan will wake up Pandora.
Go for it.
Okay, yeah.
Well, we don't have a plan. Like, what do we want to do? Like,
We
what?
don't. We have other things to do, just not like focused on defending Mogan at the moment.
Right, but so are we gonna go back and try to deal with the blockade?
That's been
Well,
dealt with, dude.
I
Been
I
dealt
want to
with,
go back
yeah.
to Silverkeep to figure out what to do next, because regarding Syndra, she has probably received the letter I sent by this point, and Rixine would want to know her perspective, and from there we would gather like the matter of importance of whether we get more remains or close up portals or something like that.
Also, side note, you guys are really going to let Mogan touch Pandora?
I
Shh, you're asleep.
I think we're gonna watch and see what happens.
yeah, that's it. Yeah,
They're like, this is gonna be great.
I mean everyone likes this but you, so it's your fault.
You don't have to be so pretty.
More like I don't want my female character that I love and enjoy to be molested. Thank you very much.
I mean, it's like a tap on the shoulder, right? If anything happens, we would stop it.
Define molested.
Unwanted touching.
Well,
I'll just watch closely.
She's a
Under
fucking
parental
dragon. You think
supervision.
little evil boy is going to stop a dragon from doing what he wants? Okay.
Mogan will lay down, resting his arm on the ground and hoist like propping his head up, and with his other arm, he'll begin to like reach onto Pandora's shoulder, and then just move her a little bit closer as he says, "It's time to wake up, my love."
No, 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 no. I'm gonna grab Pandora's arm and yank her onto her feet very quickly.
What, you said I could wake her up?
Yeah, I said you could wake her up, not lay down next to her and whisper sweet nothings in her ear. That's not waking up.
It's the
That's
polite
not
way.
how you wake up.
Well, time for the unpolite way, and I yank her
What?
onto her feet.
What in the holy fuck?
It was their idea.
What is it? What's going on? Why?
It's time to wake up. That's what's happening.
Pandora is Mogan still laying down?
No, he shot up as soon as Rixian. like,
I'm trying to distract Pandora from whatever Mogan was trying to do.
Pandora's just like rubbing her eyes. What's going on? Is there trouble? What's going? What?
No, we need you awake for something.
Okay. What time is it?
is anybody hungry?
It's about noon. Yeah, it's time to eat. That's why we woke you up.
Okay. That's fine. I'm getting a little hungry, I guess.
Yeah, sorry for waking you up so rough. It was better than the other way.
Pandora kind of cocks an eyebrow, and her eyes widen for a second. Says, "Got it."
Yeah. So, while you're up, check out what I did.
What did you do?
Mogan's gonna put a
Ta-da.
full pig on the fire, kind of roasting it.
Nice.
I figured that we shouldn't stress ourselves with living in this cave until we die. So, instead of that, we have a one-way ticket to Mogan's cave for whenever you miss him.
Oh, all right. I mean, I'll never miss him. But anyway,
Oh, you said that
uh,
she loved me.
he said
I
one.
don't I don't recall any of that. Anyways, important matters here. That what the real reason why I made this is it's for emergencies. You know, Mogan's in trouble. We come to his beck and call.
All right, it's a good idea. Suppose I'll let that other comment slide since you were being smart.
You know, I joke about a lot of things, so
Yeah, don't tell him that. Don't encourage him. He'll just. I'm afraid of what he'll do if he gets too cocky about it.
yeah, I realize that now.
Anyway, all right. No, this I like this because then maybe we can get the element of surprise if anything happens. Only issue is, how can Mogan contact us if he's in trouble?
Well, remember how he found us in the first place?
That takes a little bit of time, though. It's not like those voices you send in my head.
Well, it might not have to be Mogan himself, but maybe Estelar would taunt us in his vision or something, and we wouldn't have to spend the whole like Silver Keep and running through the forest and up the mountain to get here. We can just teleport here. See what I mean?
No, I totally see what you mean. This is a good idea, like I said, but Mogan has no way of telling us if he's in trouble. Now, he doesn't know the spell.
Maybe that's what we can do then. I mean, he's an almighty dragon. How hard is it to learn a spell?
Mogan, do you think your old dragon form thing will let you learn magic?
Guess there's never really tried, but guess there's the chance.
Okay, fuck it. Sit down in front of me, please.
Sits.
Pandora will go through, just trying to teach him fucking sending. The magic rune words that are meant to be spoken, the drawn runes that you have to draw in the air with your fingers. A short piece of fine copper wire. I only have one of those.
Well, we can check his stash or something like that.
I think it'd be very weird if a stash of one. I'll
I'm
give
sure
Logan
there's
one.
pieces
That's
of
not,
raw copper in there, whether there's a wire or not. I mean, that's
for sure has to be a wire. It's pretty specific. But anyway,
you can make a wire out of it. Like that's not.
I will give Mogan the piece of wire, my only piece of wire for the spell. I'll just probably buy one when we go to town or whatever if it
I
works.
mean, you can use mine, you know, if you need to.
For that. And I'll try to teach some sending.
Well, this is an interesting thing. I'm gonna have to go through the book and figure out how to do that. I'd imagine it's gonna take a little bit of time. But with him having at least some magical capabilities, it's sending is what?
Third level.
Third
Can
level.
I would,
even cast it.
I would be paying attention too because it was one of my new spells I learned, but I haven't used it before, so I haven't trained it really. But
You
I
have the
actually have it.
materials?
I have the material and I have it prepared. I've never used it before. That's just kind of how Kyle was having me learn spells.
Oh, gotcha.
But actually, just trying them out, learning.
I mean, just going off of like how it is for scribing and how we were doing like a little bit of the training anyways. With it being a third level spell, it says making a scroll for it would take about a week or one work week. So I'd imagine actually trying to like permanently teaching him taking a bit longer. I would say probably a week and a half to 2 weeks, depending on checks. But he does have the ability to like be able to learn it.
2 days per spell level is what Crute says. So 2.
Yeah, it's roughly that.
3, so 6. So about a week. Damn, even though I'm the source and I'm sitting right in front of him? Alright, that's a little ridiculous.
I would say, like, even if you wanted to have Raven help in this, to have like 2 teachers, even like reducing the time, I guess like up to half. Still, I mean, depending on rolls, but it's not like he's got bad chances.
Wait, how long does it take for a wizard to put a spell into their spell book?
And copying it over, I believe, is it.
I believe it's an hour or 2 per level.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it's like an hour.
So actually, it looks
thought
like
it was
sending
less,
was one of
actually.
the. I think sending was one of the ones I got when we last leveled up, not when we. My scrolls were for first level spells.
Okay, so how come it would take me a week to teach him, but he can put it in his spell book in like 2 hours?
I'm guessing because he's a wizard. Like he doesn't have a spell book, so.
Well, so it's different with the.
You're like getting like, it's not like when you're copying into your spell book, it's not like you just passively like know this without like prepping and studying it for the day. You're trying to like infuse him with this power essentially. Like there's no spell book or like anything that he's like doing it from. It's just like his own knowledge. That's why I was kind of comparing it to scribing a scroll.
Right. Well, when you're scribing a scroll into a spell book, you're actually practicing casting the spell and stuff as you. That's like part of the process of scribing a scroll.
Okay, well, I don't have a 3rd level spell slot. I wasn't trying to infuse it into him. I was trying to teach him how to do it, like a wizard teaches themselves how to cast a spell.
Yeah, but like even still, then like when we did it before, Raven was learning a spell. He had to like practice casting it with the person who taught it to him for a few days.
That's a little homebrew, but yeah.
It was just more of like flavor wise and stuff. Too.
Yeah. Normally,
Okay.
when you scribe it into the book, that automatically happens, just because you do that, learning how to cast it while you're scribing it. That's part of the process. But
Okay, well then Pandora looked at everybody else and saying, this will take a little bit too much time, which defeats the purpose of what we're trying to do here. Or right now, I guess, which is leaving and coming back when we want.
Yeah. I mean, it's there.
Well, I hope you all like cozy caves.
Well, just to play a little bit of the other side here, if you all have your pieces, then the only bond that we still hold with each other is eventually you taking out my heart.
Right, and I guess with the pieces away from here, they don't really have a reason to come here. They have a reason to go after us.
aren't you technically immortal until we get your heart?
Oh, presumably. I believe everything dies in time. Perhaps just the Goliath will deteriorate.
I think I'm a little bit more worried about maybe if Morgan gets defeated, then Estelar has a way of making him your slave, which I think he can do.
Oh, if he were to turn you like the others with the curse, that
Yeah,
would be pretty terrible.
Yeah, if he might even be powerful enough to break your curse, Morgan, which would be good for you, but then you would be a slave, which would be very bad for the rest of the world.
Well, that sounds terrible for me, too.
Yes. So, on that note...
Pig's done.
Oh, good.
He'll begin just like ripping it apart and, with it being still quite warm, passing it out to each of you. Then
Oh.
the other half, will go toss it to the trolls.
Well, here's
Crude?
to this.
Kroot, you've been quiet for a while. What do you think?
Kroot's
I
laptop
think we
keeps
could
muting himself or muting itself, so I think he's like
Yeah,
dealing with that a lot.
I'm trying to figure out what the heck's going on with this damn thing.
So I keep hearing like a little bit like of a pop. It's like not really a pop. I don't know. It's hard to describe. It's like a. That's how I can tell someone became unmuted. Yes, Kroot. What do you think?
I
God,
think we should help you with the quest you need. Retrieve your heart.
Right, that is
And
the plan at some point. But do we want to hang around here to see if Dikalar's minions will do anything?
No, I think we need to get a move on.
Yeah. It's
We've
not
been here long enough.
it's not worth sitting around somewhere waiting for something to happen when we could be doing something.
How are we leaving here without
Wait.
being ambushed?
We're
We
just walking.
we just figured out that maybe Mogan could be turned into a slave, and we want to walk away.
Well, we
yeah, I
obviously
don't really want to be a slave.
Well, problem is Mogan can't leave here.
Yes, but Dikalar seems tight that powerful enough to be able to break that sort of thing. And then we have a mind-enslaved ancient silver dragon that we have to deal with on top of his already incredibly powerful party.
if that's your main concern, then we can go get the heart immediately.
Yes, but we know they're close by, so the second we leave, they're going to jump in. It's going to take more than a couple of days to get them and get it back here.
Is your curse restricting you here? Is that only end when you die? Is that what you were told?
Yes, that's correct. Once my heart's destroyed, I shall be free. Myself and the dragon will be no more.
But what if we were to kill you and then bring you back to life? Would that end the curse?
The only way I know how is to break the heart, but never thought about taking my own life. That's actually never occurred to me.
What happens if you try to leave here? Is there like a magical barrier? Like what actually happens?
Just feel a pull, like, in my gut, unless I'm inside this cave or within the wooden walls. Once going outside, it just becomes too painful.
How were you cursed in this way? Maybe if we knew the intricacies of it, we would be able
Yes.
to have a better feel if Dikalar would be able to do something about it.
I don't believe we've ever asked you that. That's a good question.
I brought this upon myself to make sure the Goliaths were safe and to make sure that my kin could prosper and live on.
You cursed yourself?
Yes.
How did you do it, though?
Made a deal with the dragon. If I were to eat its heart, take its form, it would be imbued with powers in order to protect all my kinfolk, along with these trolls. But I did not realize that it meant that I would be stuck here and held as a prisoner. Now that
That's
Do we understand why that happened? Why did that curse? Like, can we I don't know. Can we Arcana check that or something?
Give me a history check. You've read a book about it.
Hmm.
That seems. I've read a book about it. I've read Mogan's story.
You also read the Elysium Dynasty story too.
Mhm.
That seems odd that that sort of thing would happen. I mean, your deal was so you would be given powers to protect your people, and then you were secured here without the ability and unable to do so. So, deal broken. Why?
It's the Goliaths and kin were trapped here too.
Oh, so they were cursed to stay in this cave forever, and then you took that upon yourself, right?
That's right.
Okay.
But the Goliaths
Wouldn't
are
be
no
much of
longer
a
here.
curse if there wasn't a bad side. If I were to be able to punish myself, and only myself, then almost a blessing.
Right. What did Raven get with that history check?
From the book that you read, from the Elysium Dynasty backstory, where you kind of started putting the things together about the Halo of the Gods and the other backstory and lore that you had picked up. At the end of the story, basically the gist that you get is the ambassadors that were from the Elysium Dynasty each split, going their separate ways, where they had found their own respective races after securing the Elysium Dynasty island. And when the tale has it, as Mogan had gone back to these Silver Peak Mountains to make sure that his people were going to live out their days in peace and be their protector, he took upon what he believed to essentially be a blessing, but ended up being a curse, not only to him, but to the rest of the Goliath people. Only, or very few Goliaths remain in the world because of his, I guess, like his promise, or his goal to end up saving the rest.
So the Goliaths are in trouble or not in trouble? I'm getting mixed. I'm getting lines crossed here.
They are in a sense of trouble because they can't really leave the mountain, which is dwindling their numbers.
Okay.
The only thing that they can do is try to just keep populated with the very minimal people that are still here.
Okay, so Mogan did nothing but make himself a prisoner as well.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So,
But where did that curse come from? We don't know that.
From the information that's been passed along so far, just the silver dragon is the only source, or what seems to
Okay.
be the source.
So,
when he became a silver dragon, that curse came with it.
Correct.
Alright, good.
so maybe that suggests that the silver dragon is alive in some capacity. Can you feel him, Mogan?
I guess I always feel that it's inside me, but I just thought that was merely the power to be able to transform into the beast.
I thought you always were the dragon.
No, I was just a Goliath for the better part of my life.
Well, I can take a spell. I don't have the power to cast it. It'll take me a week to get that back. But maybe if we all worked together, maybe we could separate the dragon from you and then kill him?
Oh, why are we doing that?
It would save Mogan. And it would free him, and it would free his people.
But isn't the heart what we're after?
No, the heart was the part of the deal, as far as I can tell.
But that has no other effect other than.
If the heart's destroyed, it'll destroy us both. I know no other way to get anything out of me.
All right.
Let me think
We'd
about
have to
this
take
real
him to a very powerful wizard, I think, to figure it out.
I just think, is there no really easier solution than summoning a dragon and then killing it?
It's not so much summoning. Here's what I think we might need. I think we definitely need the heart. The heart seems to be the key to all of this. But if Mogan can feel it inside him, they did become combined. Maybe there's a way to separate them again. And if we can separate them, the dragon will become its own being, and it'll be the only source of the curse. We kill the dragon, we kill the source of the curse.
Here's my question. Like, obviously, we're still brainstorming here, but what's your plan, Pandora? How much time are you willing to invest in this?
I mean, Mogan looks like a powerful ally on his own, and I'm sure he would like to be free along with his people. There's an entire people confined to these mountains, unable to leave, and they will die out and become extinct at some point. Is that not something we should care about?
Well, of course, we should. But we still have a whole world to worry about, and it's just hard to consider one thing over the other. And considering the amount of time we would have to spend to get this done, what would be more impactful in the end?
Well, the only way we're going to save the world is if we kill Dikalar, and if we're going to have to be able to kill Dikalar, we're going to need powerful allies, and we're going to have to be powerful ourselves. And one reason we believe they're not walking in here right now is because Mogan is here and he can turn into a dragon and all that.
So we're stuck here.
I think so, because if Dikalar comes here and he gets the same idea we do, separating the ancient dragon, all that sort of thing, he might be able to not only enslave the dragon, but also Mogan at the same time. That's two allies.
All right, so we're going. If I got this right, we're going to stay here for a week. Once you learn that spell, and then you cast it, split Mogan apart, and kill the dragon. However, we do that, I'm sure that would take a lot of investment. Aren't we then vulnerable to Estelar at that point?
I mean, were we going to become vulnerable to him at some point? It's only a matter of sooner or later.
Like, of all the things that they'd be waiting for, something that we're going to do, what would be most advantageous to them? If are we spent, or do we leave Mogan alone? What would they take advantage of?
Both potentially, because here's the thing: when we leave here with these pieces, we don't have the protection of Mogan, so they may come after us anyway and take the pieces from us with probably little to no effort. And if we leave him here, there's the possibility that Estelar knows how to split Mogan from the dragon. If I was Dikalar, I would wait until we left. I would split Mogan. I would enslave them both, and then I would come after us, beat us into a bloody pulp, and take the pieces off of us, and then rule the world.
I just don't like the fact that we're stuck here in that case. I mean, obviously it sucks. Estelar freaking sucks.
I mean, we may not be stuck here. I could be completely wrong. Maybe none of this is possible, but
I think
magic.
the possibility of him splitting Mogan is highly unlikely. That's the least unlikely outcome.
Why do you think that? If you would have told me before we met Mogan that a person could eat a heart and become part of a dragon, I would have told you you're bullshitting. But here he stands right in front of us. So if they can
Yes.
be joined, usually the things can be separated again.
I know of no spell that can do such a thing, and I also know of no spell that can separate it.
To be fair, that does make a good point. I don't know if I can, or if being separated is a possibility, but if someone told me that when I was just beginning my ambassador trading, I would have laughed at them too. Because first of all, like dragons, we didn't even know they were real.
If it turns
So,
out that he is able to separate Mogan from the dragon, and something happens to Mogan, at that point we can resurrect Mogan.
actually, I think Kroot was on the right direction. If we could kill Mogan and then bring him back, I also have a theory that maybe, since Mogan can feel the dragon inside of him, maybe there's the possibility the dragon will just emerge from his dead corpse or something. I'm not sure. It
In which
seems
case
very
we
odd
wouldn't.
to me that this dragon would agree to this deal, join with Mogan just to enslave him and his people. I mean, there's no benefit for the dragon. There's nothing.
If the dragon broke from his body, I don't know if Mogan would be able to be resurrected after that.
Hmm.
If it destroyed his body.
I mean, I think we should try something. Mogan's power cannot be ignored, and I don't think it will be ignored by Dikalar. And we have been here long enough for Dikalar to have scryed here, so I'm sure he can arrive whenever he pleases.
Have you ever encountered Dickalar? Or
Only
something
once, and
resembling him?
only once, and we never saw his face.
And that was.
You were there with the fog in the cave. It kept coming towards us and killing us.
But we never saw Estelar there.
No, I'm talking about Mogan. When was the last time he saw Estelar, if he did at all?
Oh, I've never seen him.
Okay.
Just from what descriptions you've told me.
In that case, aren't you just a Goliath to him?
Not if, not if Dikalar is scryed on us long enough.
He could have been spying on us.
So then we're idiots then.
No, it's magic. There's no stopping it. We were going to have to talk about this at some point.
Well, I mean, you all did say it was in some books you read, isn't it? You know, a chance that he could have read those books too and thought them to be true.
Oh, I wouldn't. I'm sure he knows everything inside those books.
Yeah.
And if I remember correctly, I think you only need to know what a thing looks like to be able to scry on it. So Dikalar could have easily scried on all the pieces. He could have known about Mogan this entire time. I mean, we don't know.
So is it that every time we learn something, Estelar learns something? Aren't we willingly giving him information by just going everywhere at once and trying to fix things, and he's going to be there to stop it? I mean, it's just all so like he's never going to be at a disadvantage no matter what happens.
He would be if we were able to free Mogan. Mogan, when you talked to the dragon, was the dragon itself cursed, or is it just cursing the people?
Well, like I told you before, I'm definitely not the smartest one of the group. If Severus or one of the others were here, they'd probably be able to give you a better answer, but I think it was the dragon.
Okay. So then that would suggest that the silver dragon is a piece of shit and he's evil, which is a shame.
When you transform, are you in full control?
Yes, as far as I've been able to tell.
You've never heard the dragon's voice since you've taken his power? He's never tried to take control or tell you what to do?
No.
What can we reasonably handle?
I'm curious, sir.
I've really never had much of a reason. I mean, not too much of a threat that I would need to depend on the dragon too much. I mean, if you're able to get past the trolls, then you're not going to get past me. And if they were able to get past me, then, just use the extra power. I haven't had to rely on it too much.
If all things go wrong and Estelar tries to convert you into a slave or something like that, do you have some sort of fail-safe for that sort of thing? To stop? Like, it's being in his control is worse than death as far as we know. So can you do anything to stop that if that happens?
I could cut off his head.
That would be the best possible scenario.
I have. Oh man, I have a theory.
I mean,
Or
transforming
not
would probably be your best way to avoid being taken over. Don't you have stronger resistances as a dragon?
I believe so.
So how did we get from us fighting the cursed dragon to why not have him as the dragon fight Estelar? Wouldn't that make more sense?
Oh, Estelar is not that stupid. He's not going to do that with us here.
Well then, as far as we know, Mogan is safe, even if we're here or not.
Oh no, when we leave, I'm sure that he'll try with his friends. We know they're nearby. We know that for a fact. And we know that they're going to do something. Mogan, how does the air feel? Still that sense of doom?
It still feels odd. I think that was from the trolls. I feel like it was almost like I sensed it coming.
Oh, like they were being killed.
Yes.
It's like that urban legend where if someone dies, then you sneeze or something like that.
Yeah, like you feel it in your heart. You know.
Yeah.
Well, still, we know they're nearby, and we know this cannot be a coincidence that they are here. There's no way it is. Look, I'm trying to come up with answers, but obviously I don't have all of them. If all three of you decide we want to fuck off, I suppose there's not much I can say about it.
Well, if you all are really worried that he could take control of me or the dragon, then why not just end it now? Break the heart, kill us both.
Yes, I suppose we could race to the heart, and I was just trying to come up with a much more happier scenario, and also we're not sure if destroying your heart will actually destroy the dragon. Do you know that for a fact?
His heart is being kept somewhere, right? So the dragon thinks that it's safe, but if we kill it, then obviously he's wrong, and then they both die.
Mogan, do you know that for a fact, that if the heart is destroyed, both you and the dragon are gone?
I mean, not 100%, but
I think
What
it's
if-
a trap.
What
Why
if
would the
it just
dragon
kills
enter
you
this
and not the
game?
dragon?
Yes. I mean, because there's no benefit of this deal for this dragon. It doesn't make sense. It did nothing but trap Mogan here. It has to be a trap.
So if the heart is destroyed, then the dragon will either not exist anymore, or he'll be summoned somewhere.
Or this
He'll be
dragon
summoned
would
here.
be set free from this encampment.
Yeah.
Yeah, because what if the dragon was cursed, and the only reason it agreed to the deal with Mogan is that it foresaw a circumstance where the heart would become destroyed, and that would count as like a blood sacrifice or life sacrifice of some kind, and that's what the curse needed to be lifted.
I don't know if it would have willingly trapped itself here, though.
Wait, I'm saying it was already trapped here, and that's why it entered the deal. I'm trying to find the benefit from the dragon's perspective. It seems
Holy
very
shit.
odd that it would agree
That
to
kind of
this.
makes sense. If
Yeah?
if the dragon was, I mean, well, why would the dragon want to leave? And like gestures towards the hoard of gold and gems. If
This
this
is
is what it
true.
was protecting, I wonder if that's actually it.
I mean, wouldn't the dragon want to get even more and more treasure? I think that's their thing, isn't it?
And I said I wouldn't be tricked again. This is like the 7th time.
Well,
I
we don't
hate-
know. This is all speculation.
Right, but I hate to say it, it makes the most sense. I mean, why you, an ancient evil dragon, hide in a cave with, gold and acquiring more and more like you want to? Why would you agree to such a deal? Why would you become trapped inside another body? Unless it meant you would be freed.
Well, even if that is right, then what the hell do we do? What do I do?
Like I said before, we need to find a way to separate you from the dragon and then face the dragon and kill it.
He'll look to
We've heard
Kroot
of.
and just say, "Aren't you a cleric? Do you know anything about this?"
Is this a clerical thing or a wizard thing?
Sounds more like a wizard thing to me.
Didn't we hear of great wizards in Laos?
But again, that lies in the problem of we leave and then Estelar shows up.
Well, I think right now we don't have. We can't do anything here.
Yeah, we can't be.
I have a couple things that I can try.
What were you gonna say, Kroot?
We can't be just staying around here the whole time.
Well,
What?
hold on. Let's pool our knowledge. We have many different types of casters here. So here's what I'm thinking. We will have to stay here for longer than we like, but I can take a spell called Detect Thoughts, and maybe I can dig around in Mogan's mind and see if I can find if the dragon is actually still in existence of some kind. And then, between me and Kroot, I believe I can take a Remove Curse spell, and so can Kroot. Maybe we can use that in a way to separate Mogan and the dragon.
If it's possible, I don't know if it's as powerful enough to break the curse.
I mean, even if it's not powerful enough to do it, maybe when we try, we will be able to learn if it's possible at all.
Or maybe if multiple of us do it at the same time, it would amplify the power.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
If the three of us do it at the same time.
But we
Are you,
will have to rest here for a week.
are you talking about dispel magic or?
All of
Remove
it.
curse.
Remove curse, dispel magic. I'm saying all of it. We try all of it, and if I can find where inside inside Mogan the dragon is hiding, we can focus on that area, and then maybe that will push the dragon out of Mogan.
I'm still. We're talking about facing a dragon, and it's just boggling my mind thinking about something that this is something we have to do for the sake of not letting it get into Estelar's hands. Is it really worth it?
Do you want to fight the dragon next to Estelar? He'll ride that.
No, I
fucking
don't. I
thing.
don't want to fight a dragon. I want to get stronger.
Well, we can either fight the dragon pretty much here and now, or we can risk it joining along with Dikalar and then having to fight the dragon while Dikalar is riding it.
How did we get here? God damn it.
I see you're having a hard time wrapping your mind around saving the world. You better catch up, Alexian.
life comes at you fast. It's only been like a few months. I'm still processing this.
But I mean, that's what my vote is. I vote that we rest here, we protect Mogan for the week, and then once we all have our power back, as long as we are not interrupted, hopefully, we can at least try this and see if it's possible.
I want to know what that heart is about. I'm thinking if we go there, I haven't considered how much time it would take. But when we finish what we have to do at the location of the heart, we can use that teleportation circle to come back as soon as possible, just in case something happens. And that would be a really fast route, in my opinion. And it's
That is
better than just sitting around.
that is the fastest, yes, but I have a feeling the second we leave this cave, Estelar and the rest are going to converge upon Mogan.
Doesn't Esler have something better to do than just be a peeping Tom?
Apparently not.
Well, all we know is that they killed some trolls, right? I said this from the beginning, where the trolls could have just been in their way, and that's all we know about this elf woman.
I mean, we know nothing of why she killed the trolls.
I just
But
think we're
it's
going into extremes here when we don't really need to. It could have just been something simple, and
I am
we
going
can have time to do
to
something more important.
I'm going to reiterate this for the third time. It is not a coincidence they are here.
Oh, I agree with that.
There's a reason they knew Mogan was here and potentially the shards of the halo.
Well, then fuck it. We wait. When they show up, we kill them all.
Yes. I have a very good feeling they're not going to do anything until they see us leave, though. Hopefully, we have time. And if we do, we have time to separate you from the dragon. Maybe.
So you need a week, huh?
Yes, I am tapped because of the naval fight. And I
Oh,
think
that's
if
right.
we are going to try something like this, it's going to take all of us.
And how long will it take for you
Right.
to all be at full power?
A week, unfortunately.
Well, we've already been here 2 days, haven't we?
Just the night.
Almost.
Mechanically speaking, this would be excuse me, the second night here.
I don't know. I think it's worth a shot.
I do too. I just wish there was better solutions.
You know?
Well, if that's the
I'm willing to
case,
try it.
we'll go ahead and I guess take a long rest here.
Yeah. You want me to get remove cursed? Is that something I can get?
Check your spell list. It's something I can take, but that's because it might be because I'm a divine soul sorcerer.
Yeah, I don't think it's a source. I mean, you check. I don't think it's a sorcerer spell, though.
I can teach it to Raven over the course of the week.
Oh, I already have Remove Curse.
Oh, you already have it. Okay.
Remember, I used it to turn Doomin or whatever?
Yeah,
Doomin?
but if Rickson, if you also have the spell magic, I think that would be worth a try as well.
Yeah, I'm looking and all I have is the spell magic. I don't think I have remove curse.
Okay, yeah, that's because I'm a divine soul sorcerer.
Man, I'm just a water wizard. I don't know any of these fancy, schmancy magic stuff.
I mean, personally, if we're right about this is dope as fuck.
It's
Or
worth a try.
Or we've trapped ourselves in a logic loop where the worst case scenarios just happened at this one mountain and we're just overthinking a lot of this.
Personally, I think this is cool as hell, and I think Kyle would definitely write something like this. So I have faith in Kyle.
Well, yeah, I think the fact that we're even talking about this is the fact that we know that Kyle is capable of coming up with this stuff. So that's the act of talking about it for an hour is really good in itself, and
I feel
and
like
I
after
don't
this
know if I
full
hate him like this.
conversation, taking an hour, like in like actual time, planning it out, like going back and forth, like through the day, it'd eventually be winding towards late afternoon on what is currently May 26th, and then we'll progress until the morning of May 29th.
Okay. I take it nothing happened on our watches because we would obviously take watches.
And those on the third watch, which I believe are Crew and Raven,
Yeah.
can each of you give me a perception check?
Okay, because I'm definitely sleeping this time.
Oh, I mean, unless you were going to otherwise just try to stay up for 3 extra days.
I think it's pointless. I don't have a good perception, so I'll
I
leave it
don't
to
know if
them.
that's a good perception.
I was going to say it's not compared to Kroots, but I was going to hold it back till you roll because I don't want to jinx them.
I'm not going to
Yeah.
bother rolling perception. I mean, what's the point?
So, early morning on May 29th, each of you begin to hear the trolls start a little bit of a ruckus outside the cave. You just hear them kind of grunting, and then you hear an echo of a voice.
Does this wake me up?
And then you'll see it doesn't wake you up yet. You're not awake. Go back over there. But after hearing that, Kroot and Raven, you see the trolls outside of the cave pointing over towards the northeast. You've heard a sinister laugh begin to echo out and creep its way through the cave entrance.
I was like,
I
guys,
think we have company.
wake up, motherfuckers.
I don't want dinner. I'm not hungry.
Shit. All right. Here we
Uh,
go. Morgan, you up?
I ring the fire alarm.
What's going on?
Apparently they're here.
They alerted us to their presence with laughter, I'm assuming.
Mogan is
Yeah.
going to run over, grab his scythe, and then just begin to make his way outside.
Wait, Morgan, hold on. Can I stop him at the entrance at least?
Because he had to go past you, go ahead and give me like an athletics check opposed to his, and we'll see.
Okay, I'm coupling. I failed. I was just coupling this with. You might want to keep a distance from him at first.
I'm gonna lure him in. And as he kind of just like breaks away from your like grasp on his arm, he'll point over towards the northeast direction and say, "You dare come here? You'll die." And I will say at this point, Pandora and Rixian on the northeastern side, just above where you had stayed awake the entire night in Pandora, you will see a brown cloaked figure, bit of pale skin and black hair hanging down, just barely breaking from over the hooded figure. And as he pulls the hood back, you can see hair, a little bit of bangs hanging down in the front, and the rest of his long hair pulled back into a tight ponytail that goes down to the midst of his back, the middle of his back. And on his face, you can see a red scar on the left side.
This
Begins
isn't
to
SLR.
smile.
What color hair?
Black.
He has a scar. This wouldn't be
Sorry.
Estelar. Do we recognize this man?
Everybody, well, except for Kroot, would remember this gentleman being in the center, proclaiming himself to be Estelar, the god of endings, as he was welcoming each of you as you made your way into that area. Kroot
The scar might just be the mark that he chose to represent his curse. It might be a real scar on this guy.
and Kroot, you would recognize this figure from the visions and dreams you've had and the quests given to you by your god,
Is he elven,
Yes.
human?
Elvin.
Oh, we didn't take a long rest, did we?
It's been 5 days in total.
So we did.
No, because you need 7. So
Oh,
Yarp.
all right. Let me change.
I figured that was. Well, I didn't figure that was going to happen. Pandora will kind of stand next to Mogan and kind of whisper in his ear and say, "This is the only time these words will ever come out of my mouth. If you want to change into a dragon, tell me. I will grab your scythe and I will ride you."
I put my jackal mask on since it's been 5 days.
I'm gonna have to roll a con save for Mugen.
Oh no!
Okay, yeah, he's fine. I'm just kidding.
I put the jackal mask on though.
I would have attuned to Nima.
Within that time frame, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure that I have the. I was gonna discuss this like over a break or something, but like, we decided on who gets what remains.
All right. Well, since it had been a couple days, what I'll go ahead and say, I'll let you guys discuss it on the break. You see the figure extend his arms, where his cloak, just kind of flaps open, and a bright light begins to appear from the figure. And that's where we'll go ahead and take our little bit of a break. I'll let everyone stretch their legs, use the bathroom, all that good stuff, and then you guys can discuss who has what piece and go from there.
Oh shit! We're all gonna die.
Nah. If it's only
Thanks a
him. If it's one
So-
dude.
We'll be right back in about 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes at most, just in case it takes anyone a little bit longer, and then we'll see everyone shortly.
See ya.
Right back.
Be right back.
Do-do. All right, and we're back. So, as Estelar extends his arms and the flash of light begins to emit from him, will you, Pandora, give me a dexterity saving throw?
Cool.
Oh no.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Cool. Nah, yeah, it's about
It's
right.
already rigged against us.
So as the flash of light comes down, the rest of you see. Well, actually, go ahead and give me a perception check. Kroot, Rixian, and Raven.
Man, I'm lagging.
Love it.
Wait a minute, am I... Hold on, I have advantage. I forgot the jackal mask.
Kyle, is this a Jack Witcher moment?
Oh yeah, there we go.
Nice.
Better.
Oh, nice.
Uh, Raven and Kroot. From this flash of light, you're able to actually see that the main source of it is coming from up higher in the northeastern direction. Unable to spot the exact pinpoint location, Kroot, from just your angle. And Raven, I'm gonna have to say from your angle just because of where you're at.
Yeah.
Like you're just pretty much able to like see it didn't necessarily originate at Estelar.
I
But
would yell, he's not alone.
with that, as this light hits the center just near the campfire, and the area erupts in flames.
Oh no.
You'll see the couple of the tents catch on fire, and as that begins to start to spread, Pandora, you will take 30.
If this,
Hmm.
if this is what I think it is, it also does fire damage, and that's halved.
Tiefling.
You will take 36 damage, and then halved from that will be, what is that, 18? Yeah.
Is it old fire damage?
Yes, it's all fire damage.
Oh, bitch!
Take that. I just got hit by a fire spell.
As the flames dissipate, Pandora just kind of like flips her hair, barely singed, and just smiles.
And then we will go ahead and roll initiative.
Are we...
Great. Such an important fight for this roll.
Yes.
Oh, motherfucker. The one time I that one.
You could trip in the 100-meter dash and you would still beat me.
Sad that was basically just where I'm standing, nothing else. Damn it. Love how Kyle put his trolls around that fire, like,
They've been there every
I'm gonna-
morning.
I'm gonna kill my own trolls.
Got him. All right, I believe everyone is added. Double checking.
Oh, fuck, of course he rolls high. Dickalar.
He's the one we all hate.
And from this point, can just want to make sure 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, good. As SLR begins to emit another bright light, can each of you give me a perception check from this point?
It's pretty good for me.
Nice. So, from like the angle of the blast, Raven, you're able to determine that like it's come from a high point location while still unable to see the exact like pinpoint spot. The rest of you will see where the source of these lights are coming from. And atop the cliff behind SLR, you see what was described as the golden-haired lady with that represented that of Raven.
Okay.
And as the next blast hits just a little bit off to the side from the original point, can each of you give me a dexterity saving throw as yet another fireball hits this location?
17 probably doesn't save.
I'm gonna counterspell.
I
Don't you
think
have
we
to
can
be able to
him.
see her?
Oh shit! Yeah, you're right. I'm not in range either.
I'm glad I've got no good rolls.
Alright, just want to make sure.
Does a 17 save?
So, Pandora, fail. Rixian, fail. Kroot, fail. Raven, you've passed. It's a total of 40 damage overall. So, Pandora, you
Cool.
will take 20. Raven, you'll take 20. Rixian, you take 40. And Kroot, you take 40.
I'm gonna absorb elements to take 10.
I'm gonna absorb elements too.
Hold on, let me read the spell again.
I'm gonna get fucked.
Absorb elements at the second level.
And this, like, you can just feel, like, the wave of heat just rush over you as it explodes the point of impact, just being right on top of Mogan. And then with that, that will put us to Mogan's turn. And
Logan, fuck him up.
Mogan will begin to shift into
Oh,
a
I have
silver
resistance to
dragon.
fire.
Does he put the scythe in my hands first?
He's got it right next to you, so he's just gonna like hold it out as he begins to shift. And as he does, you will see like it begin to like fight in a sense. And as you see him become a little encased with pain, you see a hole just spew from his chest as a bit of black liquid begins to leak down over his chest, running down to his abdomen. He coughs and falls down to his hands and his knees as black blood begins to pour out of his mouth. Pandora, it's your turn.
The fuck is going on?
What? I mean, if Mogan can't fight, we're dead. Okay.
What's happening? He'll slowly begin to fall.
Can I look up at Dickolar, see if he's got a stupid look, shit-eating grin on his face, because that he did it?
He looks exactly the same. No expression besides the smile.
shit-eating grin. I think I know what happened. Awesome.
It's your turn, Pandora.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
And, I mean, from the damage on the other ones, I'll just go ahead and point out while you're thinking. This troll is down. This one as well. This one is still up. And this one's still up.
All right. I will subtle cast Misty Step. Not even a word is spoken as Pandora just disappears from where she ran at the bottom of the cliffs and appears next to Estelar. Just you blink and she's there.
It's a bit of a poof and a poof.
Not even a poof, man. No visual, nothing. It's just blink, gone. And
Okay.
I will save my superiority points for a good reason, and I'll just swing twice on this asshole.
Before you do, give me an investigation check, please.
Nice.
So as you look at him, you can see that it begins to shimmer. And it's an image of Estelar.
Oh, motherfucking pussy ass bitch.
He's not even here? Or it could just be an illusion.
Projection.
He might still
Yeah.
be here. He wouldn't put himself right there.
Fuck.
There's no
Pandora
way.
calls out, "Not real," and say, "Motherfucker," and she'll look up towards the woman on top of the cliffs, and she'll chill touch her.
Yeah, I believe you're about in range. I mean, like, that's a little bit up the cliff. What is that?
I mean, it has 120 feet of range.
Yeah. I was just double checking to make sure, but yes. Go ahead and roll damage. 20, or not roll damage, roll to hit.
Nice.
And yeah, go ahead, roll damage.
Ooh.
Max damage,
Good.
baby.
Yeah.
Nice hit.
For cantrip.
Nice.
Wasted my fucking
And-
subtle cast Misty Step.
If it is just her, maybe we can take one more of them out or remove curse, ideally, in best case scenario.
Ooh, excuse me.
End of my turn. That's all I can do.
Okay. We'll move to the trolls. Well, they gotta go this way. They can get to about here. And here. Kroot.
Pandora
Okay,
also
how
call
far
out.
is-
Hold on. Pandora also call out. You might have a dragon to deal with down there. I think they destroyed Mogan's heart.
Okay, after he says that, how far away is this chick from us?
Direct line, from you. Yeah, 125. Beat me to it. I was at like
125?
115 when you had reached 125.
Okay, because I don't see her on the map. Oh, there she is. Okay.
Way,
will
she's
move a
way
little
over
closer.
there.
We'll move there and I will guiding bolt her.
All right.
Got 120 foot.
Go ahead and give me your attack roll.
That'll be at second level.
Oh, fuck.
23 hits.
All right, for 17 damage.
And as this guiding bolt connects and begins to encase her in light, you see, well, as now you know the image to be Estelar, the image of Estelar, hands still extended, smiling, and you'll see that his body begins to just turn to feathers, and as it begins to like almost crawl over his skin, you'll see 1, 2, 3, and then nearly 50 to 100 crows begin erupting out of his body as he just disperses in a flock of crows.
Hmm.
Raven.
Oh, already. I will bonus action activate my blade song and start moving. So let's see. 5, 10. That's 40 feet, and then I guess I'll going up the. Is that rough terrain? How does that work? Up the.
Yeah,
cliff?
you'll need to like make a check to climb it, and it'll be considered rough terrain.
Okay, so can I do acrobatics if that's cool?
Yeah, that's
So
fine.
let's see.
Athletics, acrobatics.
So that's 15 feet to get there. I've got 25 movement, so that's if I do it, that's 25, 35, and then I'm assuming 40 coming off of it.
Yeah. Go ahead and
Okay,
make your check.
so- yeah. And then I have, let me just double check here with my blade song. I believe I get advantage on acrobatics checks. Da, da, da. +4. Yep, advantage on acrobatics. Alright. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh,
You fail.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm talking to my DC that I set.
That 20 means it's not difficult terrain, right?
Yeah, that was move and then action dash because the bonus action was for the blade song. So that is my turn.
Rixian.
Well, negotiations seem to have broken down. Rixian will move. How far is this?
Man, how bad do you want your TPK, Kyle?
It's one person.
I will cast Storm Sphere behind her. Fourth level. Did it go?
Narp.
Yeah. Come on. There we go. Oh, twice. Thanks, man. 11.
Unfortunately.
Wait, does that have to hit?
Wait. Sorry. It's
I was gonna say, unfortunately, I don't think it has to hit.
strength save.
Yeah, it's a strength saving throw or take 2d6 bludgeoning damage unless it's like you know, a higher level.
Why did it roll a d20? That's weird. Or is that the bonus action attack?
That was the attack roll.
Yeah. Saving through.
So that is a 14.
Fail.
That's a fail.
2d6 bludgeoning, whatever the thing that's on there right now, I assume. 11 damage.
Okay. Is there anything else with it? I don't think so.
There's a bonus action lightning thing, but
Oh yes, okay. That's why there's a roll to hit.
You miss, unfortunately.
So it'll be the
yeah.
11 bludgeoning damage that I put onto it. Taking it from your first one.
right. So that's it then.
Alright. Which moves us to her turn.
And just to clarify real quick, she cannot heal until the start of my turn.
Okay. Thank you for pointing that out. And she will make a dragon appear in front of you.
Oh, not this again. Fuck.
And we'll just say that for kicks and giggles, it kind of resembles.
Hold on. No,
Huh?
I don't mean to interrupt, but he had advantage on his.
Oh yes,
because I
that's
hit him with
right.
guiding bolt.
Yes, good call. I'll take off
Oh.
the. I'll add. I'll take off
So-
8 damage, as I'll do it from the second one then.
What? No, it's 11 damage.
Yeah, but I had already taken off 11 from the first one, so then it's going to be 19 in total.
No, I'm saying that the lightning damage is different from the bludgeoning damage. So it's 11 bludgeoning, and assuming, and for advantage, you take the highest roll, right? So that's 11 lightning damage.
Yeah, so 22 damage total.
Okay.
Yes.
I was just going to take it from one of the rolls, if since you
Yeah,
hit
I'm
on the
sorry.
second one, I was going to attach the fail to that one, so it'd be the 8 and the 11. But I'll give you the extra 3
Right.
because I love you.
Yeah, that's really tricky to configure, but yeah.
So is that it? Just to make sure, and I can move on. All right, moving on. Pandora and Raven, can you give me a wisdom saving throw, please?
Yeah.
Fail.
Here we go. Fuck.
We're now terrified.
All right. You now are indeed frightened.
Of what?
This
The dragon.
Okay.
Do we get... No, we don't get advantage because we know what that spell is, because we've already encountered it.
So is it attack
It doesn't
rolls
say
against?
so. No.
Is it just attack rolls and everything against the dragon are a disadvantage, and we can't get closer to it?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay,
And-
that's fine. I can work with that.
I believe you have to run in fear. I'm gonna double check. But from this point, I'm just gonna measure.
The run effects are usually very specifically worded. Some fear effects just mean I can't get closer.
Right.
So the
would-
frightened condition, a creature at disadvantage on ability checks, attack rolls while the source of the fear is within the line of sight, and the creature can't willingly move closer to the source of fear.
Okay, yeah. There are some that go further and say you have to run away as much as possible, but that's
Yeah,
specific.
read the spell.
yeah.
Right, and then it is 60 foot. So, Pandora, Raven, and the trolls will need to roll me, I believe, a dexterity saving throw.
Whoa, didn't that first spell take an action?
Yes, it does.
Oh my
I mean,
god.
Fireball's in action too.
Yeah, and you didn't cast Fireball on this turn.
This is the dragon, I think. Or
Correct.
Oh. Probably fail.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not a dexterity save. I figured it was. It's an intelligence saving throw.
Oh God, that's awful.
I'll roll that.
I mean,
Oh,
it's good for
fuck.
me, but
You evil man.
everybody else is gonna have trouble with that.
I mean, I don't save no matter what. So.
God, that's not great either. I rolled not great.
So you both will take 27 damage.
What kind of damage is this?
That's a good point. As lightning begins to erupt from the dragon's mouth, striking you and the other two trolls. Most of these bolts just hitting shy of you, you being just out of range.
I will absorb elements to take half that. So
I'm
13.
lagging bad.
And at this point, Rixian, with you still having like peripherals on Mogan as he's like curling and just clenching his gut as he's spewing this black liquid out of his mouth and his chest, you can see the wound getting a little bit bigger, and then you begin to see this silver smoke begin to emit out of his body.
Yup.
And as he fades slowly and begins to keep dissipating, a clouded
Yup.
form of a silver dragon will begin to take form.
Yep, I knew it.
Pandora.
I'd ask for inspiration since I totally fucking called it, but I already have some.
You can give it to somebody, I guess, if you want.
Yeah,
I
I'll
was
give it to
sit-
somebody.
I was sitting here like, wow, they're way off, and then randomly you just spewed this idea, and I was like, what the fuck?
Well, I was just like, from the dragon's perspective, there's no benefit, so why do it? But yep, there it is. All right, cool. Whoever doesn't have inspiration, take it. It's yours. All right.
I'll take it. I don't have any.
See, I hate this because Pandora knows what the spell is. She's been under its effects, so it's so weird to be susceptible to it again.
Yeah, I did double check, but it's not like if you've had this done to you before. And most of those spells, if I'm not mistaken, are like, for 24 hours you're resisted.
Okay. I'm just going to assume it's forced fear. So Pandora's going to rely on her knowledge that she's been here before. She knows that the spell won't let her get closer. So, only problem is I'm super hurt. And if I go too far out of Kroot's range, he won't be able to do anything for me. And Raven, you can't do any healing, if I remember correctly.
Not really. I can only do damage mitigation for the most part, and that's about it.
Crew, what is your range? What's your farthest range on a healing spell?
I believe it's let's see. What is that one called? The first level one?
Cure wounds,
Healing
healing
word.
word.
Healing ward.
Healing word is 30 feet. 60 feet.
I'll
By
give
the way,
I'll
I
give
don't have
you
that
like a couple
prepared.
more minutes.
Since
I don't have that prepared.
the elf ended its turn within the storm sphere, it's gonna take the 8 damage that you said from the second cast.
Oh shit! I should have put it on the map. I totally forgot about it.
Yeah. So
Fuck.
I
That's
would
my-
argue with myself that she would have been smart enough to move, but I need to be smart enough to remember.
you are the smartest existence in this game. I will not let that slide.
That's why I said I would argue with myself. I wouldn't argue with you.
Who didn't move from what?
The sphere. I actually forgot.
Oh.
Okay.
I do have another spell that can reach.
Well, not after I move, because I'm trying to get up to that woman. And you have lower movement speed, so I don't think you can get far enough up the cliff to even be able to target me. So I have to fall back.
Just from like how it looks, just see, like I tried to just make the dragon take up that like 4x4. Like if you hover over it, it's showing like a 5x5 token. You're not like in attack of opportunity range, I don't believe. Actually, no, I take that back. I believe it's a 10-foot range. Yeah, their like bites and stuff are 10 to 15. Tail is a 20.
I'm gonna bounce around a little bit. Okay. Alright, then I have to do this then. Pandora swing at the dragon. It does nothing, but due to her mobile feat, I can get away without taking an attack of opportunity.
Wait, why can't? Do you do nothing? Oh, because you're at disadvantage, or?
No, it does nothing because it's not real.
Wait,
Oh, Pandora doesn't know that.
Yeah,
how
she
did
does.
we? Hold up! It just did lightning damage to us, though.
No, she knows it's not real because we encountered the spell before. Oh wait, I can't do that because I can't get closer. Fuck me.
I'm confused. I don't remember a spell before.
I remember it.
It was just a different token last time.
Yeah. It was it looked more like a shadow dragon last time.
Let me check the wordage real quick of something. Do I have to make a melee attack?
It's been 2 minutes. Make a call.
Yeah, I have to make
Almost
a
3
melee
minutes.
attack. Cool. Guess I'll risk the. I will. Okay, here I'll shield of faith,
Okay.
and then I will run next to Kroot. I'll skitter, or fuck it. I'll just jump down the cliff.
Okay, you see like the head turn just slightly and like following you. Anything else?
It doesn't take an attack of opportunity.
Nope.
Okay, it's fine with me. Only thing I have to add is my AC is now 26. And I still have an action. I guess I will run over, I will dash in front of the dragon, and I will call up, "We are not your enemies. She is, though. She definitely is." And I will point up towards the woman on top of the cliffs.
Okay, go ahead and give me an intelligence saving throw.
Okay.
Okay.
Use that inspiration.
Fuck it. This feels important for some reason. I will use my inspiration.
It's me.
Better.
No, fortunately, still fails. Is that it for your turn?
Yep.
So as you call out to this silver fog beginning to take the form of the dragon, you can see as its eyes begin to glow in a bright golden manner, the head turning towards you slightly. It seems to have heard whatever you had called out to it, whatever it means to it, is to be unknown. Kroot.
Okay, Pandora ran by. Did she look pretty beat up?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'll move up to her. Come on, why am I lagging so bad? Reach out, pat her on the shoulder, and heal her up a little bit.
How did you do that again? What?
What?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that. I saw the messages you were sending me, and I was dying seeing some of them that you had put on. I was gonna message you, I totally fucking forgot, and I'm kind of glad I did to get everyone's reaction.
That's
Oh my
amazing.
I figured out how to do that.
So as Kroot puts a band-aid on your forehead, It looks just like you.
Oh goodness.
17 healing. Back to you. Good heal.
Yeah, and I don't have a bonus action, so that's all I can do.
That was pretty great.
Okay, Raven.
All right. So I think I can go around this dragon to get to her as long as I don't get closer to the dragon. It just takes a shitload of movement, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of doing.
I guess technically you're still moving towards the dragon.
No, you just go like
You can't go
Like-
like towards the space. Like I guess like
I'd have to
Yeah.
go that way and then up. Or yeah.
I was gonna say.
So
I guess like if you
basically-
ran way far down and went around like that,
It
then
would
yeah.
take like a couple turns to do it, basically. But I am going to cast haste on myself.
Nice.
So doing so, that boosts my movement to 80 now. So I'm just trying to do this without getting closer. So 5, 10, 15, 20, that's 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. I've stayed within, I think, the same distance of the dragon.
Yeah. I mean, if anything, you've moved a little bit away from it.
Okay, so that's 50 movement. So let's see, 60, 70, 80 to there, and then
I'll
bonus
still need
action
another.
dashing.
I'll need
yeah,
another
yeah,
check.
yeah. But then bonus action dashing, 10,
Make the check first.
20, 20. Okay, sure.
I was gonna say.
I mean-
I was gonna try to keep you in the same spot just to make sure.
Yeah. Well, it's advantaged, and I have like stupid high.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
let's
Yeah,
Can
see.
he
it's-
even? Can he
All right.
even? Yeah, even
Touche,
if he nat
sir.
once,
Yeah. All right.
even if he nat once, he still makes it.
Yeah.
Every
10,
time,
yep.
every time I've been like, oh, you know what? Like they'll make it. I'm not gonna call for the check. And I was like, I'm gonna make the attack of opportunity. Oh shit! It's a natural 20. You're not gonna get away. Like, you're dead. I've
Right.
learned my lesson too many times.
This is true. Okay. Now, so that's bonus action and movement. And then action, I will let's do
Well, didn't you cast haste as your action?
Oh wait, shit, you're right. Yeah, haste is my action. So yeah, I'm just kinda interface now.
Good for
Yeah.
you,
Bitch. That's it. I'm done.
Rixian.
I would also turn to the silver dragon that I just saw, and rationally, Rixian will just go. You know, that woman up there, she's the one who disturbed you, and she's going to attempt to put you under her control. So you need to be careful. And then I'll start running.
More like freedom.
Can both you and Pandora give me a persuasion check?
I would love to.
Should have saved my inspiration.
All right. Well, the dragon is still taking form at the moment, but we'll see what
right.
happens.
What's the range of guiding bolt?
120 feet.
120.
Yeah.
20 feet.
Alright, I'll use 2 sorcery points to cast it. Let's see. I have to use beyond 20 for this, or roll 20.
Oof.
16. Let me check.
Do you have inspiration?
I do.
Then
But
fucking
for a
use it.
level 1 guiding bolt, are you sure?
Can't you spend spell slots to upcast it as well?
What are you gonna do? Make your call before I make mine.
Oh, fuck, really?
So would you use my reaction? I would use my reaction and give him War God's blessing. Add 10 to that, so that's 26 to hit.
Fuck you, Pete.
I'm rolling my damage. I don't care what you say.
I can't even shield it now.
And it must make. She must make a Constitution saving throw.
Fail. Oh, she might.
14 on the con save.
It's a fail. She's blind.
Ooh.
Okay.
Nice.
Yes, clutch.
Clutch for me.
All right. Anything else, sir?
Yeah,
That
I would
was a
like to
good
strike
attack.
her. I would like to strike her with lightning, if that's okay.
Oh,
Using
like
your bonus
holy-
action.
Like holy
Yeah.
white lightning.
Yep.
Dope.
Go ahead. Give me the attack roll.
Oh, I thought you were flavoring guiding bolt. Okay.
Oh no.
No, literal lightning coming from the storm sphere.
Yeah.
She wants to play with the storm. She's gonna get this shock.
Damn. You're so fucking cool.
I
Yeah,
need
that's a lot of
coolest.
dice.
Oh my goodness, sorry.
Is that
Yeah,
a 1?
missed.
Oh, it was
Yeah,
a lot of it's a miss.
Missed. Wait, no, advantage because.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
it missed no matter what.
13 though. No.
Oh yeah, I did give myself advantage, didn't I?
Fuck.
Yeah.
13 damage.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even notice. Thank you for the follow, wear tag.
I mean,
I
that would be
apologize.
yeah.
Been toggling back and forth between a whole bunch of things. Anything else? Bonus action, you got some movement. You're
I
near
used
some
my-
fire, so.
I use my movement.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right. Well, then that will move us to her turn, and she is blinded, and Raven is atop of her. So,
Yeah, I am.
giggity. Just want to double check something.
Raven gets advantage on melee attacks too. This is gonna be fucking brutal.
Yeah. God, I need to get Elven accuracy.
Yeah.
Move to there,
Fucking thing can move.
and then let me double check the save. Can each of you make Kroot, Pandora? Can both of you make me an intelligence saving throw, please?
Okay, that's good. That's better.
Not for me.
Kroot, you will take 25 damage. Pandora, you will take 12.
Okay.
T5. Damn, I'm almost down.
And say she's got enough battle sense about her to know that she's in a bad situation. Being blinded definitely does not help. And with knowing that she's got the storm spear at her back, she will move away.
Attack of opportunity at advantage.
Actually, let me go the other way over here just to make it easier. Not for you, but for me on the camera.
Do I get that attack?
Yes, you'll still get the attack no matter what.
Alright. So let's do the +3 rapier. Yeah. Advantage. There we go. Mine is
23
still
hits?
23. Yeah. Alright. 20 damage.
Nice.
Very nice.
So being blinded, she begins to maneuver her way, kind of bumping into you just a bit, And as she does, and she just takes a step away from you, you slice down into her with her rapier, dealing a nice chunk of damage. And having an idea of where the attack came from, she will turn and shoot a firebolt at you, which well, in the direction she believes you are, which I believe this is a
disadvantage.
disadvantage.
She's blind.
Yep.
You're blind, son.
How long does that last?
I believe it's 1 minute, if I remember.
It's one turn.
1 turn. Thought
The
it was 1
blinded?
minute. Oh well.
Right until the start of your next turn.
Ah, yes. It's not like OP. That's right. That's what I did to balance it. So at disadvantage, that will be a 19 to hit.
Nope.
And as she shoots the firebolt out, you just like turn your shoulder, your left shoulder, just behind you, and the firebolt just right by you, and you hear it to the ground below. And then this is when the silver dragon will begin to take its full form, as the smoke looks and appears to be hardening, taking the form of scales and leathery wings as it stretches out, and you can feel the sand and dirt kick up as a bit of the ash gets brushed against your sides and against the trolls' dead bodies that have been emitting from the fire. Pandora.
Does it say anything? Respond in any way?
Nope.
Fuck.
I wish
I'm
I could
so
tell you
hurt.
why, but there's a reason, I promise.
I'm so hurt. The stupid imaginary dragon is fucking up my shit, and I hate him so much. Oh my god, I fucking hate this spell. Okay, Pandora's going to look up at the dragon and say, please help us kill her. And she'll get closer, and she'll hold her action to climb on top of the dragon if it lets her.
Whoa.
Oh, he's a bit up in the air. Like, he's like thrust his wings down and is like approximately 15 to 20 foot up.
Oh, okay. Alright. I would like a part of it. So if I could ride you, if you help us, I would appreciate it. And I'll still hold my action to climb on top of him. Or her.
It.
Okay. Then I guess we move to Kroot.
I will move a little bit farther away, actually. Sorry.
Okay. No, that's fine.
I think that's a really good idea at this point. La-di-da-di-da.
I'm also going to move first. I'm going to move down here. I'm going to, what do they say? Physician, heal thyself.
Oh shit, I took damage. I need to do a con save.
You gonna touch yourself?
I'm going to heal myself at 4th level.
Damn.
A good roll on the con save. Give yourself that band-aid, Kroot. That actually might be why you're lagging.
Not much. Not much, but I'll take it.
All right. Anything else for your turn?
That's it for me.
Raven.
Hey, I move up to her and I'll make a booming blade attack.
Still at advantage.
Is it?
Yeah, it's
Yes,
Rixian's
that's the
turn.
Start of
Oh, okay.
Wow, that advantage actually ended up working out to your guys'
Advantage.
advantage really well.
All right. 26 to hit.
That'll hit.
All right, so that's 22 plus where is it? 6 thunder damage. That's 28 damage.
Okay.
Oh, killer!
And then my haste attack.
Damn.
And as you sink in the first attack, the dragon will fade.
Yes.
All right. So, and then I get one more attack because of haste.
Yep. Go ahead.
All right. 26.
That'll do it.
And then this is without sneak attack, of course. Well, 16 damage, max.
Any way you'd like to put it? It's enough to take her out.
So I actually don't want to straight up kill her. I want to see if I can remove the curse. So I'm just trying to like.
Oh,
knock
you should
her
have
out
said
at this
that
point.
before you hit her.
Well, we can heal her. Like it's not. Well, you're asking me now, so.
You can't announce
that's how I'm
non-lethal
felt.
damage.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna slash into her, but if the plan is to save her, then I mean we'll make death saving throws until that point.
All right, that's fine.
And non-lethal damage has to just be called before the attack.
Okay.
Well, you did
whatever.
also asked how he wanted to do it.
Well,
so
that's because
just
how I
saying.
ask how every kill goes.
Yeah. Well, anyways, I don't think I can do a bonus action thing. I was just gonna stabilize her basically, and then on my turn, next use like a remove curse on the scar.
All right. Well, we'll see. Like, I guess like you'll call out like that you struck her down.
Yeah,
And-
yeah. As I say, she's down. I'm gonna try to remove the curse.
All right. Is everyone else on board with that plan?
Fine with me.
All right. And do that. Oh wow. Okay. You guys are totally fine, anyways. You can definitely stay like. I mean, she just rolled a natural 20 on the death save, so that can be pulled off no problem.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and take us out of combat.
All right. So she's stabilized. Can I try to remove the curse from her?
Yeah. I will say at like this point as like this has gone on, just for like the next turn, the dragon will begin to just fly away from each of you. And you can still see him off in the distance, but just head towards the northwestern direction with what appears to be no intent of looking back.
So is that
What
Mogan's
the
body
fuck?
went with it, or is Mogan still here somewhere?
Mogan's body dissipated.
Okay. So we can't revive him then. All right.
How did they know where his fucking heart was?
I don't know. Well, we've got a dragon sword.
I mean,
So, can you just make sure you mark down the remove curse, and
Yeah.
then I'm gonna make.
I don't even know if she gets a save if she's knocked out. Like,
Well,
What?
it's just like a more of like a check on like a
Yeah.
on my end, but as you try to or begin to remove the curse, you can see the scar dissipating from the left side of her face.
I believe it's working, guys. The scar is fading.
Well, Mogan is dead.
What?
yeah.
I probably didn't see what happened, honestly.
I will just say the only thing that's really going on is just the crackles of the flames that are like encasing these tents.
Is Mogan's body still intact? Is
It
it there?
No,
dissipated.
it's gone.
No,
It
it's gone.
dissipated.
Yeah, it dissipated.
You would need to true resurrect him, I think.
Well,
Yeah.
I hate to be right in this instance. And also, how the fuck did they know where his heart was? I thought
They
he
must have
and
been listening
us.
to us.
You're just calling down from the cliffs.
I guess. Yeah.
Raven just yelling, I guess!
I have a theory.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that he was watching us at the precise moment I mentioned where we have to go get it? I only said it like maybe once.
I mean, I brought it up earlier, but it's the whole thing about he's gone into our minds before. So anything we know, he probably knows, right?
I'm so sick of this asshole on so many levels.
We
I was right. We had a chance. We could have saved Mogan. I know it. I know it in my heart.
How?
The remove curse stuff. It would have worked. I bet anything on it. It would have worked. The dragon was just sitting inside of him this entire time, waiting to be freed.
What if that just expedited the process? What if the just set the dragon free and still killed Mogan?
But the heart would have been intact. How would that have? That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know.
there's only so much we could have done realistically. Like I didn't even know we were going to win that fight, to be honest. We had no idea what we were up against.
And the asshole
We
just
thought we were up
flies
against
off.
Destala for real.
Right, yeah.
Whatever. I'm gonna take some of this fucking gold and gems before he returns. Fucking piece of shit asshole.
Now we got to take care of his kid too. This is the worst.
Fuck the egg.
Always
I
eat
don't
it.
know.
We may have just gained an ally once this one comes too.
No, she's right. Fuck the egg.
So
Not to mention what you
Pandora's-
guys have pretty much done with all the other animals you had.
Yeah.
Just
Pandora's
use them, and then leave them behind.
Hey, well, you have like Mr. Scruffy Fluffy Butt or whatever. Why don't we have our website?
Well, that was a good
We have,
song.
yeah,
we have a plan. to go get him.
we should have a rock to fly us around. You know, that's how we get around going forward.
It's gonna take a while for that thing to grow up. Anyway, Pandora's just gonna angrily shift through the gold and stuff and take the most valuable gems she can find.
Okay. I know I have it in my notes somewhere what exactly the treasure hoard is, but I will let you know exactly what's in there, and then you guys can like take your pick. I believe I've actually even linked it.
I mean, I doubt we can carry it all.
Yeah, that's why I said like I'll let you take your pick. And basically, I mean, for what it seems like to each of you, I mean, other than the crackle of the flames as they begin like encasing the tents, you can see the smoke rising and a bit of clouds beginning to gather, blocking out the sun just a bit.
I
Well, we
mean,
can always come back and take more.
all the trolls are dead, so
Man. Well, I don't think we're gonna have to worry about money for quite a while.
Oh shit! I thought of a good way to look it up, and I was actually right. I'm so smarts.
What?
I control F to find it, and it was actually back in September of last year where I linked you what was in here, and I believe the only thing that you guys had taken at the time were the diamonds.
yeah, Mogan gave them to us.
The scythe.
So,
Yeah.
Oh, was a
well,
scythe there?
well, you had it in your hands.
Oh, fuck! I just got a dope ass scythe.
So I will post it, and then I'm just gonna take off the diamonds, and I mean that is what you can find there.
Oh,
Like 36,000 gold pieces, 27,000 platinum pieces.
oh my god.
Pretty big
What?
black sapphire. Another large stone jacinth. I don't know. I'm dumb and I can't read. And a couple of rubies.
27,000 platinum is 270,000 gold, right?
Uh,
Yep.
times 10, yeah.
Well, Pandora's grabbed the gems, so
So we just got like 350,000 gold, I think.
well, we have to find a way to hoard it and carry it.
Yeah, I mean, you're only gonna be able to carry so much, right? And I mean, as far as you know, Raven, you're pretty much just giving CPR to this person at the moment.
Yeah.
So we'll try to carry as much as possible. Good news is we have a teleport all set and ready to go wherever we want. And by everywhere we want, I mean 3 places.
I kind of. Sorry, Pandora just sighs really heavily, kind of looking around the room and like. I mean, I know he was a pervert, but he deserved better than that.
He did, but there were so many ways that things go wrong for him. His whole life was a tragedy.
He sacrificed everything for his people, and we don't even know if they're freed. We should, maybe we should check on that before we go. Maybe something good came out of this horse shit.
Check on what?
I mean,
His people.
technically, we have enough money to resurrect him if we wanted.
You're not here, bro.
Well, okay, I need to be a part of this conversation. Like, I can't not be.
Well,
Then
you
move your
are.
shit.
Yeah, well, you know that. I mean, she's gonna be unconscious for a bit.
Okay, so I'm dragging her down then to the cave. Like, whatever.
Just for kicks and giggles, give me a dexterity saving throw. Just see how
Alright.
well you carry her down.
All right.
I pray that you roll really low, so this way she just hits her head a few times. Oh, okay, never mind.
Nope.
I mean, it's gonna take you a moment. You got a lot of ground to cover, but you can.
I'm still hasted, aren't I?
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
So,
So
this
it's gonna-
limp
it's
body
gonna-
over your shoulders. Zoom!
It's gonna take you a little bit less time, but eventually you can make it there.
All right.
So, family back home has been worshiping this Mogan for a long time. And the Mogan that I know, well, he I'm not sure what happened to him. He's just gone now, and now I don't know how to process it.
He's
Doesn't
dead.
have to stay gone.
Do we know? Do I tell him that he was this Goliath who was trying so hard to protect his tribe, or just some bright white dragon who just hoarded all this stuff?
No,
I don't know.
we tell the truth. Mogan deserves that at least. He deserves for people to know that he existed and that he tried, just like the rest of us.
Well, if nothing else, if we don't know what the consequences of this is, I'm gonna make sure all of Silverkeep knows about Mogan, the real Mogan.
Why don't we try to bring him back?
He's not here.
His body's gone. It disappeared when.
There are ways to
The
bring
dragon
one back
left.
without a body.
I mean, that's only if he wants to come, if I remember correctly.
This is true.
I'm
And
pretty
that
sure he
is-
prepared for this moment. I don't think it would be a good idea.
I just wish he could have at least swung his scythe once and gone out like the true warrior that he was. I am a little disappointed we didn't get to see him in action.
I like to imagine that.
I'm going to go over to the woman's body. I'm going to search her person to see if I can find the remnants of a heart.
Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
I will give you advantage, or unless you want me to look.
Well, I guess I'll take advantage.
I'll give you guidance.
Jesus. 15.
You do not find any remnants. You're quite certain that she does not have anything else on her except for what appears to be a well-made quarterstaff, a spell book, and her robe and garments.
I hand the spell book over to Raven. Quarterstaff, I just leave there. That does not interest Pandora. She'll stand up and she'll say, "Well, they were still working as a team. Somebody went down to the city, destroyed Mogan's heart while she came up here, and distracted us. That's all this was. We got tricked. We got distracted. We thought we were protecting him. We didn't think that they knew about it. We totally could have stopped this, and we fucked up."
I mean, I have nothing to say about that. I think all scenarios would have been terrible. I don't even want to imagine it. I just want to move on from this.
I'm just getting really
Yeah, we
sick
can't
of
save
losing.
everyone.
Every time we've come against him, we've lost.
I mean, we lost Mogan, but I wouldn't quite call this battle a loss. We took down another one of his key
Henchman.
people.
I guess we'll see if she's worth a shit when she wakes up. Probably not. She probably doesn't remember anything.
I'm gonna
She's
start looking
useless.
through her spell book.
I'm gonna tie her up if we haven't done so already.
No one has mentioned it, so good call.
Yeah, I'll
So I
tie her
think-
up.
I guess I'll just add gold to my character sheet until it says I'm about overweight. I don't know.
So what I've done before is like kind of give like rough estimates on how much you can like fill up. I mean, obviously knowing platinum is a bit more valuable than the gold. I imagine focusing on that other than the gems that you had already mentioned.
Yeah.
So what I would say is probably as like a group collective, you're probably able to like top off most of your bags to what would be roughly, I guess, like a third of the total.
We're not doing ignore coin weight, correct? Or are we?
No, we're not. Like we're gonna keep it
Oh.
reasonable.
I can't carry any more then. I am 3 pounds away from my maximum.
Do we have
3 pounds is, I think, what is it? 50 coins is a pound
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
or something like that.
I'll scoop some platinum then.
And I mean, 150 platinum, that's 1,500 gold.
You could just throw away all your gold and take all the platinum.
This is also true.
I can still carry 120 pounds more of what I'm carrying right now.
Yeah, I mean, with the amount of time that it's like, from what seems to be going on at the moment, I'll pretty much like let you guys like top off your bags, but like the, keeping the coin weight in mind, I guess would be like the limit.
Yeah,
And-
Pandora just dumps out her coin purse and shovels fucking platinum in.
Yeah, I mean, if you can exchange a copper for a platinum, why not?
Yeah.
If this is all that like, you guys are really doing, crew, after you tie up this individual, is that the plan before I move on?
Yeah.
Everyone else, yes?
Yep,
Yeah,
I took 1,050 platinum. But I also added 850 gold.
How are we topping off? How are we doing that?
Just to like your max carry weight, and basically like what Pandora did for an example is just dump out like the coin purse and then take as much platinum and gold.
Yeah,
Kind
I
of
can
thing.
carry 5,000 more platinum pieces.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, I think you guys are gonna be okay.
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna obviously come back here.
Yeah.
Are we just
And
gonna
I'll still have-
exchange the coins for like gems so that we can carry our money with us regularly? Like,
Well, I mean, I kind of went like a little over exaggerative with like the gems like I piled on the map. Like there's really only like 2 more like really valuable gems in there.
Is
No,
there
no, no.
Um
I
weight?
meant when we get back to town, exchange
Oh, okay,
like
I'm
the
sorry.
platinum for
Oh,
gems because gems are the easiest way to carry money in D&D.
Fact.
Like,
right.
Yes.
I
yeah.
mean, is their weight significant enough, Kyle, that you want me to tack on something for the gems or no?
I mean, like these gems are pretty well sized. We'll say like they're roughly like I mean, even a gem that's like a good size isn't even gonna weigh a half a pound. Just call it .1.
Okay.
I feel
Like maybe an ounce.
yeah,
Like
like
an
an
ounce
ounce.
sized gem is huge. Like
Yeah.
that's insane. Like
Um,
Yeah, and I still have 20 pounds to spare that I can carry. So
but what I'll let you guys do is kind of like hash that out, because I know it's like a lot to be able to like exchange, and then even just like you said, you can carry about 5,000 more coins like without anything. Uh, I will say as after an hour passes, as you all are just rummaging through this hoard of gold and platinum, you'll hear coming from over the lady that you've tied up, Groot.
I've got to think she's awake.
Why can't I move? Where am I?
do you remember attacking us?
Who are you?
That's a no. She's fucking useless.
Do you
Pandora just walks out the
remember
front
a man named Estelar,
or stands next to the portal.
the one you've been working for? You've been under his curse.
Hessler, is he here?
I don't think so, but you know him.
Yes, we've been trying to slay that vile demon.
Yes, well, you and your group were captured and put under his curse. He's been mind controlling you for the last 6 months.
And since you don't remember anything, you're useless.
We freed Dooman earlier. I don't know how long. Was that like a month ago?
I'm roughly. I mean, definitely over a couple weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Back to the dynasty and back to the week. It's been about 12 days,
Okay.
actually.
Yeah,
Not too long.
Dooman was the first one we broke from the curse. You were the second.
Like 12 days since he's left you. It's been
Yeah.
actually over a month. Yeah,
Since
like
that
you
fight.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, Dooman's alive.
Yes.
What about Edrum and the others?
Oh, yes, they're just still under the curse, under Estelar's control.
Where's Dooman? Is he here? Is he with you?
He went back to, where did he go, guys, again?
Wherever he's lived.
He went back to Darkwell.
Yes, I believe.
And I'm sorry. Can I be untied here?
Yet
Can I insight that she's, like, fully herself and not trying to, like, act here? Like, she's
Yeah.
not under Estelar's control?
Go ahead and give me an insight check.
Neat.
Just your response. Neat.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
I
We're all
mean, she
dead.
seems to be legit. A bit, like confused to say the least. But, I mean, she does seem to have her wits about her.
Mhm.
Yeah, Kurt.
There
Same
we
answer
go.
goes for you.
I mean, she's barely conscious. It doesn't matter whether we tie her or not.
Yeah. All right. Is that okay if we untie her? She seems no longer afflicted by the
does
curse.
anybody check her quarterstaff, see if it's magical? Or is it just plain old wooden?
I don't think she has
staff?
her spell book either way, so
It's just a stick, as far as I
Yeah,
know.
but sometimes staffs can hold magical spells in them.
Well, I am the god of all that is the storm and the sea, so I don't think it would matter.
Yeah, you're no god.
I chill touch the back of Rixian's head. No.
I'll take your quarterstaff just to make sure.
Okay.
All right, I untire.
I'll collect my silk rope.
Thank you. It just was quite tight. And then you'll see her kind of like rubbing her wrist. There's a bit of a mark left. Where the hell
That's-
are we?
Oh, are you familiar with the Silver Keep
Mm.
Mountains?
Yes. What the hell am I doing all the way here? You said that I attacked you.
Yeah, just walk outside the cave and you'll see the carnage of the trolls you killed.
She looks back and sees like the charred, crisp bodies of the couple trolls and the tents just now probably fully encased and like burning down, like little bits of remnants left of the two tents. Like you can kind of just give like that little bit of smell of from the burning animal hide, and I I did this.
Well,
Estelar
s-
did this through
it's
you.
Had a little help from
yes,
Paul.
you weren't you when you did it. You were under his spell, his
And
curse.
if you ever see him again, don't go near him. He probably
Before,
knows all about you, and even though we all want him dead, it's completely foolish to confront him again.
do you remember coming into contact with him, or were you? Did you lose your memory before?
we when we set out from Darkwell, we never found him. We're we're in the swamps, and that's the last thing I can say I remember for sure.
You
Yeah,
must have
same
come
as
into
Dooman.
contact with the curse then.
No shit. Can we leave now?
Yeah. Sorry?
She has nothing to tell you. She doesn't remember anything. Can we go?
I mean, these people are still relevant to us taking down Estelar.
Really? Because Dooman fucked off.
Well, you
That
tell us, Pandora, where do you want to go?
I mean, that was Dooman. He didn't want to have anything to do with it. Doesn't
I,
mean that this one doesn't.
I want to go get Fluffy. That's what I want to do.
And do
And
what?
it's where?
He's in Ravenshaw,
I think we
of
should
course.
finish our. I think we should finish our rest first before we go anywhere.
But I have a place to rest in Ravenshaw, and I kind of want to go there, especially after today.
Well,
Well,
we can still talk while we're there, so let's.
we gotta figure out this treasure first before we go to Ravenshaw.
I got everything that I could carry.
You're just
Okay,
gonna
well,
leave me here?
no.
You're coming with us, aren't you?
It didn't sound like that one really wanted to anything to do with me.
That's just her.
Oh, no, I just want to leave. You are inconsequential right now.
You want to still take down Estelar, yes?
She'll kind of like just turn her head towards you, Raven. Yes, I do. I would do anything to be able to fulfill that goal.
Then come with us.
She'll get up. My name's Joanne. Extend her hand towards you, Raven.
Yep, Jake. I'm Raven. This here's Kroot. You got
Pleasure to
Rixian
meet
back
you, dwarf.
there,
Pandora.
and Pandora.
Oh.
Well, we're trying to track down Estelar eventually and take him down. We know he's after the Halo relics.
Yes, luckily, most of them are in very secure locations.
Not anymore.
Can we tell her all this somewhere more comfortable?
Somewhere more comfortable, more than here.
Yes, like a house.
I mean, this is like there's nobody here.
I'm
This
setting
is a
up the
house. I
teleportation
mean, this basically is a house.
to go to Ravenshaw. I mean, she's right. We could just get out of here.
Are we really gonna just abandon the rest of this treasure and not just like go back and forth to Silverkeep to exchange it and then go to Ravenshaw?
I have the gems to exchange. That's going to take a lot of time. We can deal with it tomorrow.
You mean come back tomorrow from Ravenshaw?
I mean, this one right there can do it. Or maybe we wait a week. I don't know. I don't give a shit. I just want to leave.
This treasure's probably not gonna be here in a week, but
Well, just so
I
you
mean-
know, this is my last teleport I can do before a long rest. So
that's why I'm saying
No.
I don't think we should be going to Ravenshaw. It's too far.
I mean, nobody but us knows it's here. Except the
Uh,
dragon. And if the dragon wants to come back and pick it up, nothing I can do about that. He's going to fucking take
Estelar
it.
obviously knows this is here.
Okay, he shows up and we do what? Die trying to protect some gold?
No, he takes it while we're gone. He obviously
I
doesn't
think
mess
we've
with us.
got enough for now. I mean, I'm carrying close to 6,000 platinum.
I think you're being really greedy. We will try to take care of it when we can. If it gets taken while we're gone, it gets fucking taken.
we're taking a road trip to the worst town on the planet, and we're gonna have a nice, wonderful rest.
Yes, because if all the people that know where this is, we can do nothing to fight them from taking it. Whether it's the dragon or whether it's Dikalar, they come here, they're going to take it no matter what we do. So we have the time to take some now, and maybe we can come back and see if it's still here.
What about the egg? Should we take that with us?
I don't care. Whoever wants it.
Nature will do its thing. I teleport to Ravenshaw with all 5 of us.
All right.
Nice. Immediately, as soon as we're like, we've teleported in, Pandora's just gonna ignore everybody that she passes, and she's gonna go try and find Fluffy. I'm sure he's gone.
So, I mean, it has been a while since you've been here, but you do know that the doors lead right into the stables with
Yes.
how it is set up. And when you make your way into the room, can you give me a perception check?
Oh, why a perception check? God, guidance. Not even gonna roll guidance. It's terrible.
You do not see Sir Fluffybutt.
I'm gonna stay here until I find him.
Go ahead and roll me an investigation. Actually, roll me a history check. Sorry. All right, so you remember exactly like which stable you had left him in, and when you make your way over and look in, you see Sir Fluffybutt sleeping, paws crossed, head down upon like his paws, and just kind of snoring away. But you do notice that he is chained to a wall.
Is it locked?
The collar is locked. Yes.
Oh, not today, motherfuckers. Not today. I have a magical scythe. I am going to put I'm just going to put the sharp edge underneath the collar. Actually, hold on. I'm going to wake him up real quick. I'm gonna pat him, make sure he recognizes me and doesn't hate me. He's good? Awesome. Fucking amazing. All right, I'm going to say, stay still, and I'm going to take the scythe. I'm going to put the non-sharpened edge. Is it a double-edged scythe or just single-edged?
Single.
Okay, so I'm going to put the non-sharpened side against his body so it doesn't hurt him, and then I'm going to use the sharpened side to just, with this fucking magic scythe, if this doesn't work, I'm going to be pissed. I'm just going to cut through his metal collar.
Go ahead and roll me damage.
I don't have the damage of the scythe up anymore. What is it, like a D12 plus 3D4?
Correct. And I'll have to get that to you then. I thought by some stroke of luck you'd have it.
15 points of damage.
Oh, right. And as like you kind of pull, you just hear like a fing as like the blade begins to start like being encased in like that fire, and you see like the chains glowing like an orange red from where you had pulled it apart. The rest of you, still back at the portal, can hear the echo of the chains breaking. And Kroot, can you roll me a perception check, please?
While he's doing that, Pandora is just going to get on top of her wolf. Is he saddled or no?
Sorry, I was just taking a drink. No.
Is his saddle in his stable or no?
No.
Oh,
Kroot,
fuck
you
it.
hear just like and from what you remember, it is the familiar sound of your ram
Button.
Mutton, yeah.
mutton kicking holes and
I'll head out
damaging
there.
walls.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
I
s-
missed the chaos.
So the saddle's not anywhere to be seen.
No, not in the stable.
Fuckers. All right, that's wasted money, but whatever. She's just going to bareback it on top of Fluffy, and she's going to look down at Kroot. She's going to give him the directions to Silky's house. Just like really quick, she's going to spit it out there. Be like, this is, follow this road, take a turn here, and you'll come to this house. Meet me there. And she's going to fucking full sprint Fluffy out of there and just away from this fucking guild and towards Silky's house. Fucking,
Okay, can
she
you
didn't give a fuck
make
today. Just scythe of flame and everything. Just whee!
can you make me a dexterity saving throw from Fluffy Sheet?
Sure.
It's like you kind of jump on and breaking away the chains. You give Kroot the directions. You look over. You see the door is shut, and you begin to charge forward. There it is.
Oh, I didn't know the door was shut. Hold
You did-
on.
Boof! Son of a bitch!
Okay, is it locked or anything?
No,
Why can't he push it open then?
because you just rolled the one.
Okay.
He's not as I guess enthused to be like enthused as you are, and maybe his strength has been a bit diminished, but maybe perhaps malnourished.
Wait, does he look skinny?
A little bit.
Oh, they haven't been fucking feeding him? Oh, Pandora's so pissed right now. She's just fuming. She gets off. She pulls out some food and begins feeding him. I still have
I
meat.
remember when I got mad at my parents for not feeding my Tamagotchi. This is about what it feels like.
It's a great comparison.
I mean, you can roll if the meat is bad by now, but I still have it in my inventory.
I mean, it's
I'm-
been a few months.
I mean, I imagine it'd be salted, right?
I think even
it
salting
was
it,
salted.
keeping it, like it's only gonna keep it good for like 2 months. And checking back on the notes, you all have been gone for actually nearly 2 months.
Shit. Okay, so she would have smelled that in her pack one day and just thrown it overboard wherever. So never mind. Don't have that. Is there a sheep in here, like in a stable?
There's a couple of horses, and I mean, I'm sure that it's not gonna be passable with Groot, but there's mutton, and there's also. Let me just make a check. See what comes up on the table. There is a sheep, a cow, and 4 horses in total, plus mutton.
Sweet. Seeing the sheep, Pandora gets a wicked evil smile on her face, and she will guide Fluffy over to that stable and open the door for him.
I guess that's kind of what it would sound like. And then as you look through the sunroof of your Jeep, a mutton chop, half bloodied and eaten.
What?
That's a Jurassic Park reference.
Oh, okay, I got it now.
I got it.
But as like the blood just kind of like spews a bit, Pandora, even like kind of just like spraying over the door and a little bit on your clothing as well. A couple of trickles of blood hit your face as Sir Fluffy Butt tears this thing apart.
She doesn't even wipe it away. She just stands there and starts laughing as Fluffy essentially feeds steals from the guild.
So as this is happening, Rixian just with all these noises happening, he just goes, "So, Joanne, welcome to Ravenshaw.
What the
Not
hell
sure
is
what's
going
happening.
on?
I'm not sure. To be quite honest, I think she's just a little agitated. But this is, if you want to stay in Ravenshaw, you can go ahead. Or if you still want to stick around with us, I mean, we still haven't figured out what we're gonna do next. But it's up to you."
When Fluffy's done, she'll give the directions to Silky's house, and then she'll take off.
After opening the door this time.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, then.
Kurt, you remember when I tried to throw a rope through a window that was closed?
Yeah. I do.
That was a good time. So you give everyone the directions, follow this street, then make a left here, then eventually you'll see this house, and to meet you there.
Yes.
And you tear out. You can see Sir Fluffy's chops are, still fresh with blood as they're dripping down. And as you break out the front, you can see a couple of individuals turn faces a bit in shock as like you just gallop past them, making your way out.
This is such an insane sight. Flaming scythe, blood on her face, her wolf's mouth is bloody. This is amazing.
You know, this is starting to feel like a very impulsive decision, so I'm just going to give you, Joanne, like 25 platinum, and then I'm going to go catch up with Pandora, so I'll see you later.
Where are we going?
Okay.
To Silky's house.
We are
So
going to her sister's house, I believe.
Yeah. Are you gonna be there for today, or what are you doing?
I'm following her, because apparently she was encased in crystal from that vision, I think. So we got to go check on her, right?
Okay.
Yeah, let's
All
go.
right. Let's go, Joanne. Come on.
Where are you guys getting this info?
Wait.
No,
I'm coming.
All right.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm kind of lost as to what's going on here too. Apparently, her sister.
No, my sister's name is Azala. You're going to a person's house named Silky.
Okay, then I have no idea who Silky is.
Who the fuck is Silky?
Oh, this is a good tale.
This is.
Kurt, as you're giving Mutton a look over, you can see that the saddle is not there. he does look a bit malnourished as well, but definitely in a tad bit better. Uh, what's the word I'm looking for?
Condition.
Condition.
Thank you. Condition. Yeah. Than Sir Fluffy Butt.
Oh, he's that skinny? Like, can you see his ribs?
Yes.
Fuckers!
I've been saying it from the very beginning. This town
I'm
is
gonna look
crap.
around. Yeah, I can see a saddle anywhere.
Not in the immediate area. No.
Is Nugget in the barn by chance?
Yes.
I'll take Nugget with us too and make sure he gets food.
He looks all right.
Oh,
Not as fat as what he was when you were feeding him.
Yeah,
But definitely a bit scrawnier.
alright, I'll pull him out.
favoritism!
You know, maybe if Sir Fluffy Butt wasn't such a dick.
He loves me, though.
Yeah,
Maybe
well,
he didn't kill-
that's his fault.
Maybe if you didn't keep a Jurassic animal inside his table. I don't know.
Well,
Are the
Anyways,
rest of you gonna just
so
grab
we-
the mounts that you find and tear
Yeah.
out?
I'm pretty sure my amount is here. I think I named her Luna. I'm not sure. But
Yeah, because
Yeah.
you had named her your sister's name at first, and then you had to change it.
yeah, because Rixian is an awkward mess. So he gets Luna and then follows the directions as best he can for this silky person.
or just follow the gasps of shock as Pandora rides through the streets.
The
Oh, yeah,
scared
I'll-
look on faces of
I'll
the
go through the
citizens.
singular line of people who are just have their heads turned.
Is someone gonna explain who this Silky is?
I don't remember.
I don't think a explanation is necessary if she's that desperate to meet her.
All right. Well, as each of you head out, Pandora, you arriving a bit before everyone else, as the rest of you follow the directions. Is there anything you want to do before you tear out, or just grab the mounts and go? Just double checking.
That's it.
Not really. I mean, eventually I'm gonna go back to town and buy some shit. Exchange my stuff for gems.
To Silky's house.
All right. So, Pandora, you do arrive to where you know Silky to be staying, up in her suite in the tavern.
Right? I deflamed the scythe. I had my fun. I take out some rope and I will hitch Fluffy pretty tightly to wherever I can find, whether it's a fence post. I'm not sure what her house quite looks like.
It's like a standard, like, well, I wouldn't say standard. It's definitely more of like a luxurious style tavern. 2 stories. The first story built of polished stone, second being built of stone and wood, third floor mainly wood, and then fourth floor a nice polished wood as well. And the fourth floor is where you know Silky's room to be, being the entire floor.
Deal. Good for Silky. So yeah, I assume there's like a fence post or something. I tie him
Yeah,
to it.
little hitching
Hopefully he's not hungry anymore, so he should leave people alone. And I will go in and go to Silky's room and keep my fingers crossed she's still there and hasn't gotten into trouble.
Well, when you make your way up the stairs, you know each of the doors, the 2 basically, the one on the left and the one on the right, to both lead to her room. As you give like a bit of a knock, you'll hear from inside, "Hello."
Do I recognize the voice?
Yes, you recognize the voice to be Silky.
Okay, sweet. I just say, it's Pandora.
And you'll hear like a quickened pace begin to make like the quickened pace of footsteps begin to make their way to the door, And as you hear a latch unlock, the door will open, and Silky's familiar face will appear.
Sweet. I sweep her up in a big hug.
And I have to find her stuff from and I will have a description ready for the rest of you.
Sweet.
Being about like 10 to 15 minutes behind, um, you will eventually make your way to where you see a tavern, where quite noticeably you do see Sir Fluffy Butt tied to a hitching post.
Just for convenience, I guess I would be outside with Silky, introducing her to Fluffy, of course.
Okay, perfect. So as you all arrive, you see Silky and Pandora kind of standing next to Sir Fluffy Butt. I'm trying to find her old token, but I have no idea where it would be. So you see a fairly younger girl, definitely quite beautiful in her own sense, with I believe she had dark hair with a quite nice uh, silk headband that she had been keeping with her. You can see that while it's nicely made, it's definitely a bit worn. Her dress is very upper class. You can see a bit of gems kind of encrusted along the chest and shoulders. Wearing black leather boots with a small heel upon them, and uh, blue eyes. I believe it was. No, it was green. I don't know. We'll say green.
I don't know if I remember from her token she had silvery white hair, but I
I can't
can't trust my
remember.
own memory. I can't trust my own memory.
I was like looking for it, but I can't fucking find it.
I'll ask Cam. I'm sure she won't be able to today, but
Yeah. Maybe she can come in and do a guest appearance next week.
that'd be sick.
Oh, it's a pretty big wolf, and she'll like reach out to, attempt to pet him. Being
I help her.
the animal lover you know her to be, and make a check for Sir Fluffy Butt. And with your guidance and being right next to Silky as she begins to just pet and stroke the back of Fluffy's head, giving him little scratches behind the ears, uh, you'll see Sir Fluffy Butt not only tolerate it, but look to have a bit of enjoyment as well. And then that, Pandora, is when you see the others beginning to ride and make their way up.
I'm waiting for you guys.
Yeah. Seeing Sir Fluffy about a ways away, I try to hitch my horse into the farthest post and then get off. Can you slow down once in a while?
Pandora just ignores him and continues petting Fluffy with Silky.
He just kind of stands at a distance.
She never slows down. Pandora's quite fast.
I can see that.
Remember when we
Yeah.
remember when we met all those years ago?
Pandora kind of looks to the rest of everybody, makes eye contact with Silky, gives her a look, and gives her a wink, and says, "I definitely do, and you've had a beautiful life so far, right?
Yep.
No more fighting, nothing but fun and pets, and that's what I planned."
Who are your friends?
That one there, she points to Kroot. That's Kroot. Points to everybody individually, Raven and Rixian. Everyone, this is Silky.
I'll give her a low bow.
Oh,
Pleasure
there.
to meet you.
Is this just one of your friends?
Adopted daughter.
Oh. Oh, that's nice.
Wait, I'm adopted?
Is that a joke or are you being serious, Kyle?
That's a joke. You can tell from her expression, being quite familiar with her, that she's playing around.
Okay. Yes.
Like-
Yes, you are.
Oh, so we have something in common.
I wouldn't call it adopted.
Adopted, schmopted. That's what we call it, right?
She'll just like give you a look. Yep, sure.
Wow. You two certainly get along.
It
All right.
seems to me that you've never told them about me.
Well, it hasn't really come up. We don't really talk about each other's pasts very often, so it's a weird group, but they're
Oh,
good
we
people.
don't.
I feel like at this... never mind. Forget it.
Okay. But Silky, are you okay with having some guests? We're a little beat up and ragged and could use some rest.
I don't have any room.
Oh? What happened?
What is Silky? Is she human? Is she a tiefling?
She's
Human.
human.
Why don't you have any room?
Isn't it a room in the tavern?
She has the whole
Maybe.
floor.
Whole floor? Really?
Well, I mean, like, I am a little hungry, and I haven't been able to like have any gold or silver for quite some time.
What? What happened to... What happened?
She'll just like hold out her hand towards you.
I mean, Pandora doesn't even think twice. She immediately goes in and puts 50 platinum into her palms.
You'll see her eyes widen a bit as like the amount of platinum that you place in her palms, and then as like a couple of like the platinum pieces like fall down to the ground as she tries to balance them in one hand, she takes out a pretty hefty looking coin purse and places them in. Okay, yeah, I guess I got room.
Oh, just like
Ah.
that. That's very
That's like a
convenient.
shitload of coin to just give somebody for pocket change. Like,
I taught you so well, and I pat her on the head.
it's like here's your allowance. Here's just 500 gold. You know.
Oh
Okay,
my
follow
goodness.
me.
It all makes sense. You two influence each other so well.
But anyway, come. Let's order some food. Let's rest after this stupid day that we've had. I'm sure that Silky has some animal companionship if you would like it.
What time of day is it? Is it pretty early still?
It would be getting to like early afternoon at this point with like the amount of like discussion and like after like the encounter and everything.
Okay.
it was-
I thought that was morning. That's
be-
what I was gonna say.
yeah,
It's
be
not, like-
nearing 11 o'clock in the morning, 11 a.m.
in the morning. I was like, at night. Okay. I'd like to go to town and like manage my money and
Mhm.
maybe shop a little.
All right, so I mean that's some kind of stuff that we can take care of. I mean,
Yeah.
unless like there's more specific things you were looking for, but we can take care of that offline.
Yeah. I'm trying to find a bag of holding.
Yeah, I'll
Good
tag
luck.
along with you for that.
Yeah, I mean that's a common item. It's not.
Yeah, it is. It's
It's
a common
a-
item.
It's a magic item, but
It's
items
magic,
are rare
but
in this world.
this is a city though where they have magic items, and that's supposed to be common.
I'm going with
That's like a health potion, practically. It's in the same category, I think.
We'll see.
Yeah, it is.
Pandora and Silky, because Rixian feels more comfortable there than anywhere else in the town.
All right, so after Silky invites you all up, I guess like you all just tear out and take care of a few things, but we'll discuss it a bit more if like it's just like minimal things. We'll just take care of it offline. If there's any RP involved,
Okay.
we'll take care of it at the beginning of next session.
Okay.
But we'll just break, or we'll call it at the end of the night as she like tells each of you, like after Pandora hands her the coin, like, okay, yeah, I guess I have room. Follow me, and then we'll figure out what each of you are doing, more specifically. But with that, the first thing I want to do is make sure I hand out experience, just so I don't forget.
Maybe level up, maybe?
So the last time, I do believe that you all, like got your experience caught up. Everyone was at 82,756.
Correct.
Yep. That's exactly what I've got.
82, 756?
Yep.
Okay.
So each of you, and hold on to your seats for this one, will earn 1,000, or not 1,000. I'm sorry, 15,000 experience.
Oh.
Whoa! What?
There were a couple things closed out that you guys may have failed on, but that you like kind of saw it through to a sense, so it gave you a little bit of experience for it. Not to mention legitimately killing Joanne, the encounter for the night, which is a pretty hefty feat in itself. And then not
That
only
almost put up a whole lot another level. Like,
not
holy
only
crap.
that, but also then deciding to save her and follow a slightly different path than I was kind of expecting. So I feel like that kind of rewards, I guess the correct term would be a shitload of experience, which will put everyone at 97,756.
Yeah. That's like 2,000 XP from the next level.
Nice.
So, wow. Level up,
Wow.
yay!
Or
I
HP.
wonder how much we would have gotten if we would have saved Mogan. We'll never know.
Yeah,
Dude.
who knows? But in a sense, like you guys did. I mean, like what would be equivalent of almost like 3 quests at one time by staying
Yeah.
there and waiting.
Or should we go ahead and level up, or wait till...
We'll
Next
do
team.
that at the beginning of the session if you guys are cool with that.
Mm-hmm.
I've already done it.
Oh, okay. if you're already good,
Same.
then you're already good.
Didn't all I had to do was change the number.
Right. And then I'm guessing you just took average HP then.
Yeah, always take the average since I get a +5. So
I rolled for mine. I
Yeah.
got a 3.
Since I'm only doing sorcerer from now on, I'm just not risking it and taking average.
Yeah, same for average
6
for me.
level spell.
I'm putting my 7th level in wizard.
Still 3rd level spells. Darn it.
I get my 4th level spells.
More spell slots though, so that's cool.
Mm-hmm. That too.
Well, I will just say, like, congratulations on the level, and I mean, closing out a couple of side quests with it as well. Knowing that you can remove the curse from. I've been calling them Estelar's goons. I don't know if you guys want to just call them Dickelar's goons. Whatever you guys want, doesn't matter to me. But still, instead of just slaying them, deciding if able to save them. So, kudos.
Thanks. Thank you for the session. Kyle,
Yeah.
you definitely threw us through for a fucking loop.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you and see you next week.
yeah.
Oh my gosh, there's so many spells to pick from in Wizard.
I know, isn't it great though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet.
All right. Well,
I
does
get
anyone have anything to shout out before we get out of here?
Just me. I think. Okay, I'll just do it. Shadow Raven Games, D&D. We might have a session tomorrow. I don't know. One of my players is having some life stuff going on, so we shall see. Hopefully, tune in tomorrow for episode 6 of Phil Johnson. If not, it'll be the next Saturday. We're kind of relaxing on the schedule just because I have a bunch of shit I have to do between college and work and all this kind of stuff. So, sorry, I will upload them to the YouTube. But anyway.
There it is. That was my favorite one. Sorry.
Oh, nice.
The favorite one, like that one was dope.
Oh, that's fucking awesome. But yeah, that's
Oh
it.
shit, that is sick.
All right. For me, just all the affiliates up in the top left corner. You can find their links down below. Thank you, each of you, for all the players for being here tonight. I appreciate you guys' commitment and time, of course.
Of course.
Also, just because it's the first session back, Happy New Year to everybody. And hopefully this year is better than the previous ones. Just keeps
Oh God,
getting
hope
better
so.
from here. Fingers crossed.
Fucking A.
But a little bit later, in a couple minutes, we'll play some Outward. Yeah?
Hell yeah.
All right, I'm going to bed. Everyone have a good night.
Good night, man. See you all
All
next
right,
week.
see ya later.
Good night,
Good night.
everybody.
Bye.